is very encouraging as well. Almost 20 M&A deals just this year in biotech at $1 billion and more. And interestingly, not a single one of those for more than $10 billion. So these are the small, mid-sized biotech companies that are the heart and soul of making new medicines. More than half of new medicines coming from our small and emerging and mid-sized biotech.
I mean, we heard about one of these deals yesterday. Eli Lilly actually.
Colonia, yeah, very exciting.
Colonia, that's CAR T therapy for multiple myeloma. What do you see on that front?
It is, and this is a great example. This is almost biotech at its best. The CAR T therapies were first discovered in academic universities about 40 years ago, so worked on for 20 plus years. The first signs that they were actually having an impact in humans was only about 15 years ago. You look at Dr. Carl June at UPenn, what he did in some of the blood cancers. The first drug for a CAR T therapy was only approved in 2017. With that drug, we're just into the first decade of approved medicines. What was exciting about this is this came out of a university, spun out of MIT, funded by venture capitalists, was a private company, saw positive clinical data, so not based on hype, based on real science and real impact on people. And again, that's the magic of biotechnology. That's how most of our medicines are created.
Genentech, 1976. Founded by a couple of guys. One was a venture capitalist.
Bob Swanson, yeah.
Right, and Klein and Perkins. The other guy, Herb Boyer, invented plasmids that I use, which are little circular pieces of DNA.
Way back in the day, yeah.
1980 is when Genentech really got going because of Arthur Levinson.
Exactly right.
Who was a research scientist who rose to lead that company. It was the first big IPO. It was 100% gain the day in 1980. You know who Arthur Levinson is, right?
Chairman, the independent chairman of the board at Apple.
Exactly. Long time
CEO of Genentech.
It all comes together, but Levinson really built Genentech.
And Genentech's a great story, Joe, right? Because exactly as you highlight, it came out of a young venture capitalist literally knocking on the door of a young scientist at UC San Francisco, saying, I read your papers, I'm excited about your technology. And they not only launched a company, they launched an entire industry. And that's only 50 years modern biotechnology.
Pretty unbelievable. And at the time, no one, all my professors, they were doing okay, but the guy next door, Phil Sharp, was Biogen. David Baltimore started, I think, Ariad Pharmaceuticals, and next thing you know, they were all multi-gazillion.
And they took a tremendous risk based on great science.
Yeah, they did.
And we just need to do a lot more of that. And so many times now, I think we're just getting in our own way with man-made challenges, whether it's the complexity of the system. We need to think about not only, increasing this virtuous circle of innovation. That's everyone, everything it takes to make newer and better medicines. But we need to make sure that people have access to these medicines. The CAR T therapies, incredibly exciting. Now the in vivo CAR Ts, like Colonia, but only 1 in 4 people actually get access to any of those, and that's here in the United States. So we need to come up with new models for payment, for reimbursement, and just to make sure that nobody ever goes a day without the medicines they need.
John, you've got your hands full with all of these missions.
We all do, but it's truly never been a more exciting time. For more and more now, Becky, doctors, instead of saying to patients, I'm sorry, there's nothing we can do, they can say we have a range of options. There are all these new biotechnology, biopharmaceutical medicines. Here's the attack plan. Here's how we're going to deal with your or your parents or your child's disease. And that's exciting. We just need to make sure we do it as fast as we can and we get these medicines to everybody in need.
John Crowley from Bio. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody.
We appreciate it. By the way, John will be my guest on an upcoming episode of the Cures podcast. It's called The Path. It will be available in our Squawk Pod feed and in full video on YouTube, so stay tuned for that. Thank you.
And when we come back, President Trump invoking a law from the Cold War to try to boost domestic energy. We're going to bring you details about that next. But before we do that, by the way, the President himself will be joining us at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. But let's talk weather with our good friend, AccuWeather forecast meteorologist Bernie Rayno. Bernie.
Well, some lingering chill along the East Coast as we go through today. Your exclusive AccuWeather forecast, 45 in Boston, 52 New York City. But a little warmer what you get across the Midwest. Spotty thunderstorm in Chicago. Some wet weather, Dallas, San Antonio, Austin. Bone dry across the Southeast and a late season storm into San Francisco and even Los Angeles with some travel delays there. But other than Texas, around San Antonio, Austin, we're doing fine. I have some delays this morning in Dallas as well. To help you make the best decisions and be more in the know, download the AccuWeather app today.
President Trump invoking the Defense Production Act for a series of energy and economic measures. On X, a White House spokesman said that they'll allow the Department of Energy to use funding from last year's One Big Beautiful Bill to improve the power grid and make energy prices more affordable. The measure covers domestic petroleum production, natural gas transmission, and coal supply chains, among other areas. And as we have said, President Trump will join us at 8:30 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, coming up, retired Army Colonel Jack Jacobs on the looming U.S.-Iran ceasefire. We'll talk about that with him and what may come next after this. Iran will reportedly send negotiators to Pakistan for talks with the U.S. Joining us right now is retired U.S. Army Colonel Jack Jacobs. He's a Medal of Honor recipient and an MS Now military analyst. Good morning to you. We're all trying to understand what comes next, and to the degree you think that there's even a possibility that these negotiations could end in some kind of a true long-term ceasefire. How do you handicap that?
Well, I don't know about long-term, but it certainly could result in some kind of ceasefire over the short or mid-term. We have to remember that both sides want to end this, obviously in terms that they would prefer. But this is no good for the Trump administration. Don't forget that midterms are coming up. The war, by all poll distinctions, is not particularly people are not happy with it, even though they're only focusing on one part of it, and that's those oil prices. The Iranians would like to see it ended for obvious reasons. I mean, there's an argument that says that if no agreement is made, Trump can unilaterally extend the ceasefire, such as it exists. So both sides have a high degree of motivation to come to some sort of agreement. Now, one of the things that people have been focusing on is the fissile material in and around Isfahan, as others elsewhere. But there was a terrible concern that the Iranians would never agree to do anything at all about the fissile material because they want to keep the capability of refining uranium. There should be no concern on the American side about that because we have eyes on that site. There's no need to go in there with a large number of people and over a long period of time excavate the place and haul it out. So it can just be left there because we have eyes on it. If the Iranians decide to go in there and take it out, undoubtedly we would attack. So that's probably off the table, at least for the time being. A longer-term agreement would definitely focus on what is to be done with that material. But for the time being, it's probably not worth discussing. The real issue is opening the strait. And
and that's my question, Colonel. To the degree that you can keep the strait open, do we need to control the strait, or do you think that there's a rational actor approach that could allow the strait to be a safe place for passage without full control?
The latter is the case. I mean, there are certainly scenarios in which there could be control on both sides to permit safe passage through the area for a long period of time. Don't forget on the side, there are also threats by the Houthis to close off to make impassable Al-Mandeb. On the other side, as you come down the Red Sea and then out into the Arabian Sea. But if there's an agreement between the United States and Iran about the Strait of Hormuz, then the Houthis, who are proxies of the Iranians, will undoubtedly relent and follow whatever Iran says Iran wants it to do. So yeah, this is a scenario in which the strait can be open and traffic can continue for a long period of time until an agreement is made months from now, years from now. So that's certainly in the offing.
Let me ask you a different question, because there's been some debate between the president and even his own energy secretary just about the price of oil coming down, how quickly that would happen, and that is largely a function of what you think happens in the strait. How quickly do you think there could be true movement? And it's not just movement, it's insurance companies feeling that it's a safe movement and the like.
Yeah, pretty quickly. As we know, oil prices respond very quickly, almost immediately to events, international events, price events, because demand is spotted and the supply is forward. So if it looks like the straits are going to be open, prices are going to come down remarkably and very, very quickly. And obviously not just for oil, but for all the byproducts of oil. So there will be relief in that regard. Over the longer term, obviously, some kind of agreement will have to be reached between the United States on the one hand and Iran on the other, if prices are to stay down. But any agreement is going to drop prices really dramatically both in futures and at the pump almost immediately.
Okay. Colonel, I want to thank you for joining us with your perspective this morning. Let's hope that we get there. Thanks. Meantime, it is just past 7 a.m. right here on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. Let's show you the futures. We've got a big morning, lots of news. We'll talk about Apple in a little bit. We've got the President of the United States joining us at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, and so much to discuss with him. The Dow right now up about 320 points. The NASDAQ looking higher as well, 125 points higher. The S&P 500 up about 30 points, and all of this a boost, roughly 130-point boost from a 20-point stock move by, we're talking about United Health, I apologize, right after stronger results in guidance. We're looking at that up right now, close to 7.5%. Take a look at energy right now, WTI crude. You can buy it by the barrel, 88.21. Brent still just hovering at about 94.65. And then the other big news of the morning, Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh said to appear before the Senate Banking Committee. That's kind of just a little bit later this morning for his confirmation hearing. And that's going to be one of the topics I imagine we will talk to the president about when President Trump joins us this morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time.
In our top corporate story, Apple CEO Tim Cook is stepping down after a decade at the helm. This is effective September 1st, and Cook will transition to executive chairman, and John Ternus will take over as CEO. President Trump posting on Truth Social a few minutes ago, I've always been a big fan of Tim Cook, and likewise Steve Jobs. But if Steve was not taken from the planet Earth so young and ran the company instead of Tim, the company would have done well, but nowhere near as well as it has done under Tim. For me, it began with a phone call from Tim at the beginning of my first term. He had a fairly large problem that only I, as president, could fix, and most people would have paid millions of dollars to a consultant who I probably would not have known, but who would have said that he knew me. And well, the fees would be paid, but the job would not have gotten done. When I got the call, I said, wow, it's Tim Apple Cook calling. How big is that? I was very impressed with myself to have the head of Apple calling to kiss my arse. Anyway, he explained his problem, a tough one it was. I felt he was right and got it taken care of quickly and effectively. That was the beginning of a long and very nice relationship. During my 5 years as president, Tim would call me, but never too much, and I would help him where I could. Years later, after 3 or 4 big helps, I started to say people, that anyone who would listen, that this guy is an amazing manager and leader. He makes these calls to me. I help him out, but not always, but because he will on occasion be too aggressive in his ask.
That's interesting.
And he gets the job done quickly without a dime being given to those very expensive millions of dollars consultants around town who sometimes get it done and sometimes don't. Anyway, Tim Cook had an amazing career, almost incomparable, and will go on and continue to do great work for Apple and whatever else he chooses to work on. Quite simply, Tim Cook is an incredible guy. President Donald J. Trump joined us now. Walter Piecyk, a partner at Lightshed and an Apple analyst. And how did this hit you when you heard, Walter? I guess none of it is a total surprise. Was the timing a surprise or not so much?
I mean, the timing was a surprise to a lot of people. We called for a change last year, in the summer of last year, because of the challenges that they were having in AI and the fact that, I mean, it's true everything the president said that, he did an excellent job over the last 15 years. He's exactly what Apple needed. It wasn't the creativity. He had Johnny Ives there, right, for a large portion of that to help with some of the more recent products, like the watch and the AirPods. But now we're in a new AI era, right? And we needed someone to focus on product and get more involved in developing new products. There were some great products that they had in development, like an autonomous car, and that got left by the wayside. Others that they launched, like the Vision Pro, that didn't do so well. So it was time. So it wasn't a surprise in that regard. Although when we came out with that call a year ago, saying that this is what should happen, everyone was insisting, no way, this is Tim Cook's life, he's going to be there for years and years, and there's no way he's going to step away from this company. So I think it is a surprise in terms of the timing, and maybe the reality is that, the AI continues not to go well. There's been, incremental management turnover there, particularly in the area of AI, that, either whether it was Cook acknowledging this himself, there was a time for a change, for new leadership to take them into the AI era.
Everything that's written about the new individuals, about hardware, is Apple always going to be predominantly hardware, or like so many stories that we've seen in the past, if you're not nimble, you get sort of replaced by more nimble competitors? Does it have to tack completely to software? And is this a gentleman that could get that done in addition to what Apple's really good at? The ecosystem, hardware, and everything else?
It feels like I've been hearing them having to, get away from the exposure to the iPhone for a decade, and it's still, half the revenue of the company. Even the services, which has grown, is directly tied to the phone, right? $20 billion they're getting from Google to be the search engine. All of the services that are on there are driven by the iPhone. In fact, every time you buy an iPhone, they're allocating a portion of that revenue into that services line. So this is still an iPhone-driven company, but to continue to grow rather than having this cyclicality where some years are down, other years, you've got this mouse going through the snake where people need to upgrade their phones. You have a couple of quarters of growth. They're going to have to find a new category. When you're a company that's generating $400 billion of revenue, that's not easy to find, Joe. And in terms of the software, in terms I get the knock where, hey, I'm an equipment person or whatever. But I think what AI has shown us is do you have to be a software expert to succeed in AI? It's the exact opposite. AI is actually trying to help you, but you need someone that maybe can change a culture at Apple that needs changing. I think going into this AI era, I'm not sure what their back to work schedule is in terms of the number of days they're spending in the company or how involved Cook has been in some of these product developments. But I think Turnus will offer an opportunity to maybe help that culture to execute on figuring out what their role is in AI. And obviously they can play a very important one. It's in everyone's hand, right? So they have the opportunity to succeed, but AI is not going to wait for them to figure it out. It's going to move on, and as we approach this agentic era, right, that is going to create a new risk for Apple that has not existed before.
But this is the ultimate question, Walter. They either have to take the position and lean into the idea that they're going to be a distribution platform, that they are a device maker, and the device makers where the processing is going to happen, and that is their opportunity or not. Or you have to believe that the LLM and the software itself is really where the magic happens, and that unto itself is going to bypass at least this form of distribution. For example, I've always thought that Google should have run away with this a million years ago, and we should all be, at least in the United States, the rest of the world has already gotten there, on Android phones. But for whatever reason, that hasn't happened. And so the question is, how long do you think you can hold the center as a result of sort of creating this ecosystem?
I mean, Apple's pitch is going to be, they're going to thread the needle, and they're the ones that pair the hardware and the software best. And the pitch that they made now 2 years ago, coming up on the second WWDC, since these promises of AI, which have not been delivered, the theory was you run these models on the phone itself. You don't rely on the outside very large models. You protect the privacy, right? Cook was the one basically not giving the FBI information, saying that we're very, connected to our customers and protecting their privacy. So that's the playbook that you run, assuming you can build those small models. And obviously they have not been able to do that. Now they're trying to rely on Google to help them do that. They've gotten some help from the government, right? You had Judge Mehta, who determined Google was a monopoly, but didn't cut the $20 billion that Google, was paying them as part of that. So really basically no remedies in terms of that determination. So they're going to hope to cross that border. But I think you're right. And I think what's different this time in terms of Google's potential ability, or maybe even others, is agentic. OpenClaw is not that old, and it's changed how people are looking at how agentic and how I may not go directly to that Uber app. My agent might be booking that Uber, with the specific car that I want on the specific route, or maybe going back and forth with Lyft and Waymo and others to get the lowest price. That could change how we use our phone. And if Google's advancing with Gemini and Apple's like relying on small models that maybe don't do that functionally as well, that could be an opportunity for major market share changes. AI is obviously a game changer. Everyone agrees with that. And as we enter this era, Apple has to have an answer. And they can be very powerful in that. They just have to come up with the right answer.
I think it's worth pointing out that AI has probably caused a lot of CEOs to rethink what they're doing and kind of focus on these things. We had Walmart's Doug McMillon step down at the age of 60 this year. We had Coca-Cola's James Quincy step down at the age of 60 this year. Tim Cook stepping down at the age of 65. And both Doug McMillon and James Quincy have told us on this program that part of the reason they stepped down was because they were looking at the next revolution, this AI revolution, realizing they would have to sign up for at least 2 to 3 years to see that through. I don't think they were ready to do that. I wonder how much this AI momentum is kind of, not that these are people who didn't have fabulous track records, not that they weren't there for a long time, but both of them who sat here on the sets at the same thing. They were ready to hand that over to the next person, and you wonder if Tim Cook was kind of thinking the same thing.
Right.
And remember, his style is not one that was like working with the product teams and working with the software teams directly. He was getting them into China, enabling Foxconn, moving all that manufacturing to China, working with the president and getting that, repatriating the dollars back from Ireland. That wasn't necessarily the skill set that the company needed over the time. He was great for investors over the past 15 years, but now when you're looking for growth and really defending your dominant share that exists today, it's going to take a new skill set.
Walter, appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Rock Box coming right back.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. In just a few hours, we will bring you live coverage of Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh's Senate confirmation hearings. Our senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, joins us with a preview of what Warsh will say and the potential pushback from the committee. Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Yeah, Fed Chair nominee Warsh faces senators today with his unique ideas about regime change at the central bank, which involve monetary policy and independence and is likely to face a barrage of questions from Democrats, especially about potential conflicts from his vast wealth. Warsh will say in his opening statement, quote, "I'm committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent. I am equally committed to working with the administration and Congress on non-monetary matters that are part of the Fed's remit." Well, Warsh has a lot of big ideas, but several of them need approval from his colleagues on the Fed, including lowering interest rates. You need the FOMC for that. Reducing the balance sheet, you need the FOMC. A Treasury-Fed accord about the balance sheet composition that Warsh has talked about, that needs the FOMC, and of course, bank deregulation is a matter for the Board of Governors. Also, the question of how independently Warsh will steer Fed policy, having been appointed by a president who has demanded lower rates and has sought to fire one Fed official and threatened to fire the chair himself, that is Fed Chair Powell. Former Fed General Counsel Scott Alvarez, I talked to him yesterday, he told me that independence is truly important, at least to the best policy outcomes. But while the Federal Reserve Act offers protection for the Fed to act independently, it's not mandated. While Democrats will make a big deal of Warsh's hundreds of millions of dollars of investments, Warsh himself has pledged to nearly totally divest all these financial assets. More importantly, while the hearing will be held tomorrow, or today that is, no vote is expected unless the Justice Department drops its criminal case against Fed Chair Powell. And that, Becky, of course, is because Senator Tom Tillis has pledged to keep the nomination going forward while the case is still exists. And one more thing I want to show you, Becky, which is, while the president wants lower rates, that is not true in the market. Take a look at what's happened to Fed futures. Before the war, there was a 75% probability that we'd be a 50 basis point rate cut. Now it's just around 40% for one rate cut. See that there?
Yeah, interesting to see that. Steve, thank you. We're going to talk to you a lot more throughout the day about this. Joining us right now, though, is Goldman Sachs Vice Chairman Rob Kaplan. He's a former Dallas Fed president, of course, and longtime Squawk guest. Rob, let's talk about this. Is there any path for Warsh to cut rates if he becomes Fed chairman, if he's approved?
First, there has to be a resolution of the current conflict. And
conflict in the Gulf.
In the Gulf. And I'll take this out. The issue is there'll be a period for several months where prices will still be elevated, even though I would think you'll start to repair the supply imbalance. And so inflation prints over the next number of months are going to be, if anything, higher, not lower. I think Warsh is going to argue that AI and other productivity improvements are going to be disinflationary, and I agree with that argument. However, it may not be till late 26 or 7 where you're going to start to see some improvement where he can convince the committee that they ought to make that leap.
So what does that mean for Warsh's relationship with the president, who has been so vocal about wanting rates cut?
So in the hearing, he's going to have to be non-committal and make clear in Congress that he has made no pre-commitments. As he said, views of elected officials are totally fine and appropriate, and I think that's always been true. And he's going to have to realize that he may go through a number of meetings where he gets criticized for not moving fast enough. I think he knows that.
Does President Trump realize that as well?
I don't know what President Trump knows. I'm sure he's been advised that as a result of the war, the ability to get 7 votes, at least 7 votes on that committee, is going to get pushed out. That won't keep him from pressing and cajoling, but I think Kevin Warsh is ready for that.
Is there any way that Warsh really is of the view that this is a Greenspan type era where productivity from AI is going to allow us to run a hot economy without necessarily worrying about raising rates, and inflation might not be an issue, and maybe he's made that case. I understand, and I'm on board with that.
I actually agree with that case. The issue is, pre-war, we're running a 2 3/4 headline inflation. I think the thought was maybe later this year we're going to see improvement. We've had an interruption with the war. But I think if you push out, if the war gets resolved and you start getting oil back to closer to $70 or in the 60s, I do think, and we're seeing this in corporate earnings, we're seeing margin improvement, we're seeing productivity enhancement. It should be disinflationary. Chinese manufacturing overcapacity will be over the horizon, disinflationary. We've interrupted it for a period with the tariffs, but I actually think he may be able to prevail in that argument. The issue will be, it might be sometime in 27 or late 26, not in this summer.
Can I ask you a philosophical or maybe a relationship question as someone who's been on that board and knows what it feels like? I mean, to me, and Kevin, I think, is one of the most charismatic people you know, and I think very persuasive and convincing. Having said that, he has spent the last several years effectively condemning this board and the people on it. And I just wonder what the first several weeks or months you think will be like in terms of having to effectively turn people who he effectively has told the public has done a terrible job to his side.
So his first order of business is going to be to build relationships around the FOMC and in the Fed. He may change personnel. He's going to expedite, I would think, regulatory review. He may start working more closely with the Treasury on the balance sheet. And I actually think in that committee, if I were on that committee, I would screen out everything Kevin Warsh has said up to the moment he got in the seat, and I would work with him straight up as the chair. The issue will be which arguments prevail. And right now, this committee feels they pressed themselves to cut 3 times in the fall. Some of them may regret the December cut. They want to see visible improvement in inflation before they do more. He may press them to anticipate disinflation. They're going to want to be risk managers. There'll be a debate, but I don't think they're going to hold against him anything that he said before. They're going to move forward. That's what I would do.
But you don't think he's walking into a viper pit?
No.
In that regard?
I do not. I think this group will strive to be, again, apolitical, focus on the issues, and listen, they're human beings, and they may remember what he said, but I think they would be wise to, and I think knowing the people around the table, they will look ahead and be very constructive to work with them, and screen out past comments, and no, definitely not hold it against them. That's what I would guess is going to happen.
Yeah. Rob, what kind of complication is it if Kevin's nomination can't make it through to a vote because of what Senator Tom Tillis has said?
When you said it matters when this conflict is settled.
Yeah, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, I initially thought you were talking about with Tillis, but you were talking about Iran.
So let's put it this way. The sooner he can get in the seat, in my opinion, the better. He can begin that process. Listen, there's 22,000 people in this organization. I know he's got some views on maybe the mix of economists versus business people versus market people. There's a lot to do from a management point of view on regulatory reform, and he can't really start that until he gets in the seat. Having said that, he may well not be able to cut rates for several meetings, but I still think you're better off getting him in the seat. So I can't predict when this case is going to be dropped, but I think the sooner he gets in the saddle, the better it's going to be for him, and I think for the institution in the country.
We have President Trump on at 8:30 this morning. Anything you would ask him?
Well, I'm sure that the bulk of the questions are going to be about the conflict in the Middle East and the timing, and I'll leave that to you guys. I think as it relates to the Fed, I think he's expressed a desire to have rates lower, to have regulatory reform. But I think for Kevin Warsh, from here on, he's going to have to be independent of all those comments. He can say, as he said yesterday, he's going to listen to them. There's no problem with an elected official giving strong views, but that's not going to affect his thinking, and he's going to need to project that, and I think he will.
In recent interviews, President Trump has doubled down on Jay Powell, and I can fire him, and there were reports that he was getting close to dropping what was going on until something made him mad, and he doubled down back then. Maybe today, with Warsh, with the hearing starting, maybe on the show he will say, you know what, I've had enough. I want pal out of here. You know, let's get going. You know, let me. Not backing down, but just realizing the reality of getting it. Maybe you'll do that.
Where do you land, by the way, we had Judy Shelton on.
Yeah.
Where do you land on her theory of the case, which is that Jay Powell is the one who's actually in the wrong and not succumbing to these DOJ subpoenas and, staying in his role above the law and all of this?
So let's take it in pieces. Being subject to criticism about the building is fair game. Okay. Having said that, I doubt there was illegality here. Okay. And so for Jay Powell, I think if all else had been equal, he would have wanted to leave in May. He's been chair for 8 years and go out. I don't think it's his dream in life to be a backbencher and a thorn in the side of the new chair. I think he's only staying because he wants to protect himself from litigation and so on. So no, I think Jay Powell will do the right thing, and I don't think it was his plan. I doubt it was his plan to stay beyond that.
I'm just wondering whether you think it's the right or wrong decision for him to say effectively that he's going to stay.
If they dropped the case, I would urge him to leave in May. In terms of the legal vulnerability, I could have some sympathy for why he's handling this the way he's handling it.
And you think the legal liability is why he would stay, because then he would be protected by the Fed?
I think he wants to see this case dropped.
Right.
He may be looking at other officials who've had ex-government officials, and I think he would like to leave the Fed with his head held high and go on and do other things in his life without this hanging over his shoulder.
I mean, I always thought the case was specious, but maybe he should seek a pardon.
Well, but then others like Warsh, you mentioned how many employees? So it's a massive operation that he oversees, and they've got problems with a lot of the climate stuff, with the DEI stuff. They think that it's been mismanaged across the board. So not the overbill, but and all that would just go away. If I were Powell, I'd get the heck out.
Listen, I'm not his legal advisor, but I think that's what's driving this. I think the main thing going beyond that is I think it's in the interest of the country and the Fed and all of us for Kevin Warsh to get in the job and be in that June meeting. There's a lot of work to do other than just even managing monetary policy, and I think the sooner we can start, the better we're going to be.
Rob Kaplan, thank you.
We're talking. We will have much more on the confirmation hearing of Kevin Warsh. Bank Committee member Senator David McCormick is next. Then at 8 a.m. Eastern, Committee Chair Tim Scott is going to join us. And at 8:30, President Trump live. Stay tuned.
Time now for today's AFLAC trivia question. On this day in 2008, which financial firm was acquired by J.P. Morgan Chase during the early stages of the financial crisis? The answer when Squawk Box returns. answer to today's Aflac trivia question. On this day in 2008, which financial firm was acquired by JP Morgan Chase during the early stages of the financial crisis? The answer, Bear Stearns.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with a check on your morning movers. Some notable earnings movers here to get to, including a couple Dow components. We'll start with shares of United Health, Dow component, climbing roughly 7% right now after posting better than expected earnings and revenues for its most recent quarter. This is the biggest private health insurer in America. It's raising its profit outlook for the full year as the company better navigates some of those higher medical costs and streamlines operations. And by the way, those results are also boosting shares of health insurance stocks like CVS, Humana, Elevance, Centene, and others. They're all, you can see here, roughly 3 to 4 or 5% higher. So keep an eye on that. And by the way, nearly half the Dow's implied open is just United Healthcare alone. Next up, you got shares of GE Aerospace higher by just about maybe 1.5% after beating also on its top and bottom lines. The jet engine maker maintaining its full-year guidance, with CEO Larry Culp telling our own Phil LeBeau the company would have raised it if not for the current events out there right now. Shares are roughly flat so far in 2026. And we'll cap things off with another Dow component here in 3M, lower by just about 2% after posting better than expected profits and revenues that were roughly in line with analyst expectations for its quarter. The maker of adhesives, healthcare supplies, and safety gear is also reiterating its guidance for the full year. Those shares are now down roughly 7% so far this year. So keep an eye on those Dow components and earnings, and keep it right here on Squawk Box. We'll be back after this break.
back to Squawk Box. Beautiful shot of the Capitol this morning. Fed nominee Kevin Warsh is going to be there this morning, later today on Capitol Hill, for the start of his confirmation hearing. Joining us right now is Pennsylvania Republican Senator Dave McCormick. He's a member of the Banking Committee and will introduce Warsh to the committee later this morning. Senator, it's great to see you. I want to hear about how you think this hearing is going to go, but maybe more importantly, want to understand what you think the state of play really is as it relates to Tom Tillis, your colleague, and whether, as long as this investigation continues or is ongoing, whether there is a possibility of a confirmation.
Well, good morning, Andrew. I think the hearing is going to go well. I really do. I think President Trump made a great choice. I think that's going to be clear to the members of the committee this morning. I think Kevin's got extraordinary experience, but at the Fed, but also is an outsider, brings a reformer's heart to the job, and he's someone who understands financial markets. He's dealt with being an investor and sort of seen the unforgiving nature of markets for a long time. So I think
Senator, don't you think, look, I imagine that's not even up for debate, meaning if this investigation issue was off the table, he would be confirmed with flying colors in 10 seconds. You could end the hearing before the hearing. The question now is this other cloud.
You asked me how I think it's going to go. I think his qualifications are going to become evident. And of course, the backdrop here is the transition from Chairman Powell. My view on that is, as I've said before, I have my disagreements with Chairman Powell, and I think this project, this new Fed building, looks to me like something that really did get wildly out of control. But I don't think there's any really reason to believe there's criminal activity, criminal misconduct on his part. So what I hope is going to happen, and I'm optimistic it will, is that we can find a way through this path. And my preference would be that this issue, this question is referred to the Banking Committee. We have jurisdiction, and we should do a robust investigation and ensure accountability for any incompetence or misconduct associated with the new Fed building. And listen, I've listened carefully to what the President said. The President said he wants accountability. He knows just by his own visits here that this is a project that looks like it's got out of control, right, and he wants to make sure there's accountability. I hope that's what's happened. I can't imagine in this moment where we're in conflict in the Middle East and there's so much uncertainty that we won't be able to find a path to get the new Fed chair in place before May 15th, and I'm optimistic we'll get
Senator, can I try to translate, and maybe you can help me? Are you saying that maybe behind the scenes that there is some negotiating taking place where the Department of Justice would drop its case and in favor of effectively referring this case to you, and that is an ongoing discussion either with the President or the Department of Justice right now?
I'm not saying that. I'm not unaware of I'm imagining there are conversations. I'm unaware of those, and I'm not part of those. But I am saying the following. The Banking Committee has a really robust set of responsibilities. This is a topic that we should be able to dig into and get to the bottom of and ensure appropriate accountability. And I think that is what those who are calling for an investigation are saying. That's what the President's saying. And I think we can do a great job on that. So I'm hoping we'll be able to find a path through this. And I think the stakes are so high in this moment. We really do need a thoughtful transition to a new chair. And I think Kevin's going to do a great job when he gets there. And I think the President's made a great pick.
Senator, do you expect the opposite side of the aisle from yours to focus on what? I'm hearing it's going to be all, wow, you're really rich. Wow. Isn't that what it's going to be? Are you going to divest this, divest that? You got any interest here? And just the shaming.
Theater. There'll be some political theater. But this is where I think, I heard your previous guest, Rob Kaplan, talk about the FOMC and the need for persuasion. I mean, Kevin is an incredibly thoughtful person. I know he's met with most of the members of the committee. He will be very persuasive, and I think he'll deal. He's a calm under fire. I work with him in the financial crisis. I've seen him in action. He will be very calm under fire, and he'll respond in a thoughtful, gracious way. And I think it's going to be really hard to make him seem anything other than incredibly capable, competent, and ready for the job on day one. On his personal holdings, he said that he'll divest himself of pretty much everything. Here's a guy who wants to serve and is willing to take a huge financial penalty to do so. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of there.
In terms of just the very central issue of lowering interest rates, which he has talked so long about, something the president obviously has been almost insistent upon, given what is taking place in the Middle East and the economic situation here at home, how quickly do you think we could lower interest rates?
Well, I do think that there was a clear case, and I was someone who was also saying we should lower interest rates, and now we've had the shock of 7 weeks of engagement in the Middle East and all the economic implications of that. So I think the new chairman's going to have to come in, and as he said in his testimony, it's quite common and appropriate for public officials, the president, and members of the Senate, to speak on what their preferences are. Kevin's laid out a vision for what he thinks interest rate policy should be. He's made it clear that he thinks the AI revolution is going to be disinflationary, increased productivity. We're seeing evidence of that. What the exact timing of the rate cuts is going to be, I think, something he's going to have to take stock of when he's in the job. And as your previous guest said, he's going to have to build consensus among those members of the FOMC. But I think the case for lowering interest rates in this moment over time is strong. I think we're going to have to hopefully get through conflict with Iran and put that behind us in the coming weeks, which I'm optimistic we will.
Senator, as a combat veteran, I'm curious how you think about the war in Iran. And there is clearly a debate and divide in this country, including within the Republican Party itself, about whether we should have gone to war with Iran. Where do you land on that very topic at this point?
I was very supportive of the president. I think we made the right decision. I think Iran was a source of terrorist financing and a real threat with a clear path to a nuclear weapon. I was just in Pennsylvania for 6 or 7 days in a row. I didn't hear among Republicans I met with this huge divide that I hear about on social media. So I think Republicans are largely supportive of the president's decision to go to Iran. And I think by any measure, the military objectives were clear on day one. I don't agree with those who say the objectives weren't clear. And I think we've made huge progress on those objectives, and eliminating the missiles and the drones and the launchers and the manufacturing capability. We're now at a decision point. We're at a fork in the road for Iran. I'm hoping they'll take the off-ramp, and that will have legitimate deal and negotiations that get rid of their nuclear capability, commit themselves, get rid of the enriched uranium, commit themselves to no nuclear weapon. But we'll have to see. The strategy of blockading Iranian ports while opening up a corridor in the Strait, which is what's happening. It's not true that there's no ships going through the Strait. If you look every day, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Cooper said we have 12, 15 ships going through. The blockade is putting additional pressure on Iran. I think the table's set here for a deal. I'm hoping we'll get that sooner rather than later. We'll have to see. I think we should be very skeptical of the Iranians, so we have to trust but verify.
And you need to think long and hard before you embark on something like this. And as you know, Senator, any president that makes these types of decisions, I think it just weighs on them to put our guys and gals in harm's way. But the arguments from the other side, and I'm not sure how it plays out, but it's that, well, I thought the president said we destroyed their nuclear capabilities. He was lying because we didn't.
Yeah.
So then I say, okay, so they do have nuclear capabilities, and this was the right move. And it's like, oh, no, there was nothing imminent. And I said, well, you just said that we hadn't destroyed everything, but now it's not imminent, so we don't need to. And then I don't know where they go from there, but it's great to have it both ways.
Two things really briefly, Joe. We set their nuclear program back dramatically with Operation Midnight Hammer in June, but what we saw soon after is they immediately went back and started to rebuild their ballistic missile program and restart their nuclear program. So there's no question that they were focused on that. In terms of misleading and lying, the Iranians were the ones who told us that they didn't have medium-range missile capability right before they lobbed a missile onto Diego Garcia, which was 2,500 miles away. So this is a regime that has lied over and over again. I think that's why the president's so committed to making sure that we have verification that any deal is going to ensure that we have the enriched uranium. And I admire the fact that when 5 presidents in a row said we've got to make sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, this president stood up and dealt with this in a head-on way. And I think he's as committed as anyone to make sure we don't have a long-standing commitment of U.S. troops to this engagement. I know he knows we need to finish the job and be done and get home. And that's what he's trying to do.
Senator, I want to thank you for joining us this morning. We look forward to following the confirmation hearings later today.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, Apple's next era. Can John Ternus match Tim Cook's run as CEO? In terms of market cap, I don't think like that would be a tree growing to the sky. It would be difficult, but you know what you mean. The CEOs of Adobe and NVIDIA on their partnership to advance generative AI, and then Banking Committee Chair Senator Tim Scott is going to join us. We'll ask him whether they should take over that Powell investigation.
Welcome back to Squawk Box, everybody. Let's get to our John Ford. He is joining us from Las Vegas this morning, where he's attending the Adobe Summit and where he spoke to 2 tech heavyweights. Good morning, John.
Yeah, morning, Becky. I did speak with Adobe CEO Shantanu Narayan and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang here in Vegas after the opening Adobe Summit keynote. We talked about the AI partnership between the companies, and they both reflected on Narayan's tenure, even as we talked about Apple's Tim Cook also announcing he's stepping out of the CEO position.
We used to think of ourselves as a desktop software company. Then we said we're a creative company. So that means any media type and any device on which people want to create, we should be the one providing it. Then we said, well, what is this content being used for? You know, don't think of yourself as a, just a creative tools company. Think of it as what is this content being created for? Marketing. That's how we entered the marketing. So I think companies that constantly evolve their vision and aspirationally think of it higher, that's when you then use M&A.
The fact of the matter is no company, no CEO has ever made a greater contribution to how the world tells stories than Adobe.
We're very kind, gentlemen.
No company has. And so we're deeply grateful for everything you've done. We're deeply grateful for the technology you have invented, the industry you have inspired, the ecosystem that you have built. All of us that had the benefit of growing up in the Adobe world so that we could be more creative, so that we can design, so that we can tell stories. And so I've got all of my, pet tricks and all of the tricks of the trade and, my know-how and how I think about things, my philosophy and things like that that's integrated into NVIDIA. But when the time comes, I'm hoping the next person, who I hope is already in the company, is going to take all of this and reshape it in their own philosophy and whatever makes sense at that time.
And so we were talking clearly about Tim Cook and Apple and that whole leadership transition as Shantanu prepares to do that, but also the AI partnership here between Adobe and NVIDIA is key. Clearly, the unspoken subtext, NVIDIA is flying high as the most highly valued company in the world, where Adobe very much represents what's happened to software in this AI cycle. Now, when Shantanu came in, similar thing was happening with cloud and SaaS. Adobe figured it out. Will the next CEO of Adobe, perhaps with Shantanu's help staying on as executive chairman, be able to figure that out as they build Firefly, their image and video AI model and stack on top of NVIDIA, as well as some other technologies? That is the challenge, guys.
Yeah, John, we were talking about that earlier this morning, just how fast-paced this AI shift is and how we've seen lots of CEOs who have stepped away who have cited that idea that you're really going to have to take this for the next 2 or 3 years and deal with this AI transition as reasons that part of the reason they've stepped away. James Quincy told us that from Coca-Cola. Heard the same thing from Doug McMillan. He had just done this digital transformation at Walmart and wanted to make sure the next person was there to do this transition because it's so important, happening so rapidly, and is such a heavy lift.
One of the tough things is that during these technology transitions, we almost always, and by we I mean the entire world, not just the technology companies, but those observing, get wrong what the key assets are. It happened during the internet transition. Bill Gates, you'll recall, handed the reins over to Steve Ballmer right when Microsoft stock was peaking. Ballmer actually did a lot of things right, including elevating Satya Nadella at Microsoft, investing in the infrastructure that would become Azure. But even as they grew revenue, grew profits, the stock didn't get any credit because Microsoft appeared to be losing the future of the internet. Now, it turns out that wasn't entirely the right narrative. People were focused on search. People were focused on how, the Zoom didn't beat the iPod and, Microsoft didn't have a phone to compete with the iPhone. But really that underlying technology was there. So I think part of our job and part of the technology world's job is to figure out what are the fundamental technologies that actually matter and matter to build on. I think that's part of what John Turnus has to focus on in Apple, and probably why Apple's sticking to its knitting, not chasing a trend, trying to put a software guy in charge, but saying, hey, we're a company that integrates all of this. The hardware piece is still important.
Okay. John, thank you very much. John Ford. When we come back, Senate Banking Committee Chair Tim Scott. Let's take a look at the futures this morning. Right now, things are up sharply. In fact, we've continued those gains. Dow futures now up by more than 300 points, close to 310. S&P futures are 32 points above fair value. The NASDAQ up by over 130 points. Squawk Box will be right back. just before 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick, along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin, and this morning the futures are in the green. Take a look and you'll see Dow futures up by about 300 points, S&P futures up by 30, the NASDAQ up by more than 125 points. If you're watching treasury rates haven't budged all that much. The 10-year is still sitting at 425, the 2-year at 373. And then oil prices ahead of the ceasefire deadline with Iran, which is Wednesday night at this point. You can see energy prices have come down slightly. WTI is sitting at 89.32. Brent is at 95.24.
President Trump's Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh, we've been talking all morning, is going to appear before the Senate Banking Committee this morning for his confirmation hearing. And joining us now, the chairman of the Banking Committee, and a guest that we love to have on Squawk Box, Senator Tim Scott. Senator, good to see you this morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Joe. Good to be back with y'all.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know? What do you think Democrats want to know? We're talking to Senator McCormick, and they're just going to want to know all about his millions or something, and you're going to get rid of them, and how'd you do it, and why are you so rich, and why don't you pay more in taxes, or are they going to get substantive? What do you think?
Well, I think the first thing we should talk about is how this is a good decision by President Trump to choose Kevin Warsh. Kevin Warsh is a guy who's battle-tested. He's ready for the job. And frankly, we are more likely to see more Americans experiencing their version of the American dream because Kevin Warsh will be chairing the Fed. It's time for the Fed to get back to independence. Under Jay Powell and the Biden administration, we saw a lot of climate conversation and decisions that prioritize the climate. We want to prioritize every single kitchen table in America having a Fed chair that keeps them straight and direct in mind when they're having the conversation at the Fed. What we won't see from the Democrats today is a conversation about the American dream and why it's so important for us to talk about the balance sheet of the Fed, not the balance sheet of Kevin Warsh. They'll spend too much time talking about his balance sheet and not enough time talking about the Fed's balance sheet. They'll spend too much time talking about politics and not enough time talking about an interest rate environment that is conducive for home ownership, starting a small business, and making sure that the average person in this country has more money in the economy and less money parked on the sidelines.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCormick, Robert Kaplan, and among others, all saying it'd be nice. Actually, with Robert Kaplan, the senator weighed in on that. It'd be nice if Jay Powell left in May, as planned, it left the Fed completely, and that Kevin Warsh was in for that June meeting, that it's very important. How do we get there? And is it possible that your committee could take over for the Justice Department on this probe into the cost overruns or the congressional testimony about those overruns? Has there been any discussion for you to do that?
Yeah, so we've had a lot of conversations within committee members talking about the important role that we play from an oversight perspective. If I had my dream come true as it relates to construction projects at the Fed, I would make it a committee, a special committee established by the Banking Committee, and frankly, we could work with French Hill and the House Financial Services to establish a committee that would have permanent oversight of construction projects within the jurisdiction of the Banking Committee. Wherever that leads us, we should go. If that leads to a criminal referral, so be it. But give us Kevin Warsh at the Fed so that we have access to all the information necessary. The one thing I've said over and over and over again, Jay Powell was unprepared for the hearing when I asked the questions about the construction projects. He didn't have the answers, and then he kept blinking. He refused to answer the question, and that led to the criminal referral. I believe he was incompetent, not criminal.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you are on the record. If someone did ask the questions, that's saying there's nothing, it's not a primary illegality.
Correct. We should move on by getting Kevin Warsh in the chair so that we have access to all the information that will illuminate what actually happened during the construction process. This is very important. I believe the only way to have complete access to the information is to have Kevin Warsh over at the Fed. With him as chairman, we then, with a special committee for oversight of construction projects, would have the opportunity to share with the American people a thorough and complete investigation, and wherever that investigation takes us, we should go.
You know, the president knew full well when he interviewed Kevin and interviewed so many competent people to do this, and eyes wide open chose Kevin Warsh. So
Yes.
he knows that Kevin in the past has been very critical of the Fed for not raising rates when it needed to raise rates. So I can't imagine that he doesn't understand that it's not going to be a rubber stamp, and it could be just as difficult, or he could disagree with Fed Chair Warsh just as much as he might have disagreed with Jay Powell or others. How do you see that? How do you see that playing out? Kevin Warsh, his eyes wide open too. So, and you think he's got a suit of armor ready to suffer the slings and arrows?
I think the word we would associate with Kevin Warsh is resilient. When I talked about at the beginning, this is a man who's been battle tested. He was there during the crisis. He was there as it was running towards the crisis. So the good news about Kevin Warsh is he's ready for the test, number one. Number two, President Trump chose him because he's an amazing individual who's had private sector and public sector experience. This is going to become very important as we run into the AI future, as we deal with the balance sheet. President Trump wants someone he can depend on, someone he can rely on, someone he can take the guy's word at it. What this is really about is a relationship of trust. When you have a relationship of trust that allows you to dig deeper into the challenges and frankly even agree to disagree without being disagreeable, that relationship did not exist between, frankly, Scott Bessent, perhaps Jay Powell, but it is there between Scott Bessent, our Secretary of the Treasury, of course, and Kevin Warsh, as well as the president. So while we want the Fed to be independent, we also recognize that there has to be collaboration between the administration, Congress, and the Fed. The independence is in making sure they do their job as it relates to the dual mandate. The collaboration is making sure that we all do our jobs on behalf of the American people that need their confidence restored in so many of the institutions in this country. How do we do that? By doing our jobs with them in mind, not ourselves. And that's why purging politics is such a critical component to what you'll hear today, and a critical component to the success of the Federal Reserve. And frankly, the success of our economy depends on having a Fed focused on money, not on political priorities.
Senator, you think it's going to be possible for a Fed Chair Warsh to shrink the balance sheet? What is it, $7 trillion?
I think it's 6.77 trillion. Yes.
Yeah, but who's counting, right? And there's an interesting notion from Donald Luskin about almost a partnership with the Treasury Department to try to offload some of those assets and shrink the balance sheet. Have you had discussions like that at the Banking Committee?
Well, we have not had an official discussion about the size of the balance sheet, but I've asked that question of Jay Powell. I've asked that question a number of times in the committee. We'll continue to have a conversation about that, but now we'll do something about it. We'll have an opportunity through oversight with Kevin Warsh as our chair to have our goals harmonized and then to hold him accountable for achieving those goals for the American people. And unwinding that balance sheet over time is critically important, but we have to keep the main thing, which is the long-term health and viability of our economy, and how do you get there? Well, short-term rates do matter, but that long view is what will bring the mortgage rates down. The long view helps us have confidence in the economy, which allows for more entrepreneurs to go forward. In an AI economy, the one thing we should all recognize is that entrepreneurship is going to be one of the major pillars that makes America an incredibly successful economy and country in the future.
Well, we look forward to it today. Nothing we like more than seeing some of those senators when they get that camera. You know, and I think we're going to televise some of it. I know you look forward to it too. We're going to cut to you really quickly, and you're going to be like, rolling your eyes. You must. You must.
Are you going to stay for the whole hearing?
I'll be there, no question. One thing we know about Washington, they say Washington is Hollywood for ugly people. I don't know what that really means, but we'll be there and bring your cameras with you.
That's the most dangerous place around, getting in between a camera and some of your colleagues. Just keep that in mind.
Unfortunately true.
You get run over. Thanks, Senator.
Yeah, take care.
Coming up, Commerce Committee Chair, Senator Ted Cruz, all leading up to our wide-ranging conversation with President Donald Trump. Squawk Box, be right back.
SpaceX preparing to host top aerospace analysts as the company targets a June IPO. Could be the biggest public offering in history. Reuters reporting some analysts will tour the rocket maker's South Texas facilities today, while another group representing institutional investors will have a meeting there tomorrow. The report says that analysts have been invited to SpaceX's huge data center project in Tennessee. That's going to happen next Thursday. We come back, a lot more right here on Squawk Box. Commerce Committee Chairman Ted Cruz, he's leading a push for Treasury to unilaterally index capital gains to inflation. And then at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, you bet, we've got President Donald Trump who's going to join us for an extended conversation about Iran, the economy, and so much more. Squawk Box is right back.
The Senate is expected to vote as early as this week on a budget blueprint for a second reconciliation bill that includes funding for the Immigration and Customs Enforcement and for Border Patrol. For more on this, we want to bring in Senator Ted Cruz of Texas. He is the chair of the Commerce Committee. And Senator, thank you for being with us this morning.
Becky, good to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Good to see you. Senator, there is this new reconciliation bill that's coming, and Senator John Thune, who leads the Senate, is hoping to pass a skinny bill. The Hill and others have written up that you and other conservative hardliners, that's their words, not mine, want to see a much fatter bill that goes through. I think you have a lot of issues you'd like to see put on and tacked onto that. Why the debate at this point? Why do you think more rather than the skinny bill?
Well, let's start with the fact we're going to get this done. We have to fund.
We're going to get it done.
Border Patrol. Securing our border is critically important.
You tell them, Ted.
We should not be in this circumstance,
Nope.
except for the fact that the Democrats are wildly unwilling.
Politics. Well. Good morning, retail traders. Five reasons you need a VPN in 2026. Apps restrict what you watch. Ads are getting out of hand. Privacy isn't automatic. Prices don't stay the same for long. And free Wi-Fi has its caveats. I think that's what. CAVEATS. Someone could intercept a message or a file you're sharing. Besides that, my computer is protected. Spies drop to the first support level. My name is Washboardjim. I'm the founder and strategist behind the Sneaky Snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Mike sniff. Who doesn't need a mic sniff every once in a while? He's looking. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okie dokie. There's the IRS lady. I was asked by one of the ladies at the IRS about the filters for the air conditioner, and I opened one up and looked at it, and it was dated back 9/25. The month September, and looked a little dusty on one side. She has real bad allergies. Ted Cruz, you still talking? I don't want to listen to smack. Hello, my name's Jim Howard. There's Jenny Horney.
Sector moves.
Looks like we've had pre-market pop-ups. Today's the day again. Oh, yeah. Tesla back almost to 400. Pulled back on /ES now on the 5-minute. In the last 45 minutes. Caribe. Oh, what's that one that says wonderful? So, she doesn't resigning from Congress. Omar resigning? I don't know. I know she's a bitch. And a crook. That looks like a cool resort.
Somewhere between being looked after and left completely alone. Between
we do believe that you're going to probably see it towards the end of the third and the fourth quarter. You will see a rate or two cut. For the simple fact is, this is the president's appointee, and the bottom line, he wants rates down. So
I do too.
The economy will slow down, which will give him room to cut interest rates. But I think it's going to wait a while because inflation data is still there, and the economy's still running hot on inflation compared to where the target is.
Your numbers are always wrong.
If he turns around and lowers the target for inflation or raises it.
There's no way this can go on for years like it has.
A rate cut, but I do believe he's going to do that, provide more liquidity, especially if the consumer's slowing down. So if the consumer's slowing down, I think you'll see that injection. You saw where important they're showing that there's a problem with housing.
I don't know where these people get their
interest
numbers
rates
at.
down. So I think the pressure is going to be on the Fed to cut, and you're going to get one or two, but it's going to be towards the latter part of this year in a response to an economic slowdown.
We had the baddest inflation under Biden. They didn't do a damn thing about it.
Sectors, right? With regard to the rally that we've seen sitting
We
near
have
all-time
no inflation
highs,
now.
enthusiasm is returning around AI, right? But
Yes.
you've also
I don't know
warned
where
about
they
an
get the numbers at.
over-reliance on, say, a handful of names. Talk to us about what diversification looks like from here.
I think we like large cap tech. We like the AI trade. It's just not cheap anymore. It was when the NASDAQ was down about 8 to 10%. But now you have companies, they're trading at 30, 31 times, and everybody's plowing back to the same stocks that were working before.
Transitory.
So we think
It
the
wasn't
problem is you're
transitory.
paying that premium. So how much more
Biden spent
penetration, how
$14
much is
trillion over
unknown?
budget.
And I think that's a little bit, it's gone pretty far.
In
pretty
4
quickly.
years.
So we think that a good barbell strategy within a stock portfolio for uncertainty is be long these stocks, but we would also be long energy stocks because we think A, it pays you a great dividend, and B, if there is a flare-up, that will be a balance. And historically, there's a trade-off between technology and energy. Usually when technology is going up, energy is coming down, and vice versa. So a way to ride out the uncertainty is have a good diversified portfolio of sectors that will be basically a seesaw just in case this gets ugly again. So, but we still like the same technologies, the Broadcoms, we like the Alphabets, we like the Apple, but we also like the Chevrons, the EOGs, and One Oaks for the pipeline. So these are things we have investments in. They give you dividends, and it's a good way to brace against uncertainty. And the benefit of that was the first quarter of the year. You saw that when it really helped you when the market was getting hit. And as the takeoff goes, you'll have the technology to take for the growth. So we think it's a good mix in a portfolio.
Max, let me get a quick 30-second thought from you. Speaking of Apple, we've got a leadership transition set to happen there with Tim Cook moving over to the executive chairman role. What's your thought on the transition here?
I think it's a safe transition, but basically there's flat growth in hardware, and you have 14% in services, which is 20% of the revenue, 75% of the gross margin. So with only $1 billion being collected in revenue from OpenChat, AI, of $110 billion revenue stream, he's got to give an AI strategy. He's got to penetrate that for the growth because hardware is flat. So to have a hardware guy in there, he's got to come out and explain an AI strategy, what he's going to do to penetrate.
80
Is he gonna
calories.
stay more hardware, or is he going to just do collaborations with the Alphabets of the world?
1/2 ounce.
That's the growth engine is services and AI, and you're putting a hardware guy in there. So we need to see what his strategy is going to be for AI.
All right, we'll leave it there. That's Max Wasserman, founder and senior PM of Miramar Capital. Our thanks to you, Max, for joining us.
10%.
Coming up, we've got fresh economic
Total
data with
fat,
retail sales set to hit the tape
8,
moments from now. We'll
saturated
also preview
fat,
Kevin Warsh's testimony
12.
on Capitol Hill. Morning Movers. We'll be right back.
Cholesterol 5, protein 1.
I'm Nicole Pedalides at the New York Stock
Now, let's
Exchange.
compare that to a
Live
potato chip.
interviews, market movers, and real-time coverage right from the floor. Subscribe now at schwabnetwork.com.
The final 90 minutes of the trading day, that's when markets make headlines and traders make decisions.
I didn't see any
From
carbs in
orange
there.
shocks to sector rotations.
Carbohydrates, carbs are 0. So I got
right
these
into the close. Here on the floor, I bring you real-time
corn chips,
sentiment from traders driving the action.
tortilla chips,
And in Chicago, we break down the data, technicals, and trades you need to see
Total
before
fat,
the bell rings.
Live
7
coverage of the
grams,
close
9%,
every
saturated
single
fat,
day.
5,
This is Market
sodium,
on Close,
4,
live weekdays
total
3 p.m.
carbohydrates,
Eastern, only
7,
on Schwab Network.
dietary fiber, 7, calcium, 2, potassium 2.
Welcome back to Morning Movers. I'm Diane King Hall coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. Time now for the economy check. For that, let's go right over to Kevin Hanks. He's live over at the CBO
no
in
carbohydrates
Chicago. As you know, we've got you covered from exchange to exchange.
In a
All right,
pork rind.
Kevin, we've got some fresh economic data hitting the tape with the latest retail sales numbers. Looks like this is a little bit better than expected.
Big numbers coming.
Go ahead. Go right ahead, Kevin.
Good morning, Diane. Sorry. Retail sales headline up
Plus these taste better.
1.7%. So big jump in retail sales. Now, I'm going to give you the numbers, then we'll, I'll discuss them. X vehicles month over month up 1.9%, and X vehicles gas up 0.6%. All those are way better than expected. Obviously, the month over month are big numbers. Now, these are affected by higher gas prices. Higher prices mean higher levels of retail sales. So some of these numbers can be discounted because of the higher prices for gasoline and crude oil. So, but these numbers even beat the consensus that had that built in. So 1.7 beats the consensus for 1.4%. X vehicles beats the consensus of 1.3%. That comes in 1.9. And X vehicles and gas up 0.6. That beats consensus up 0.2. Now revisions from last month all higher. From 0.6 to 0.7 on headline, X vehicles 0.5 to 0.7, and X vehicles and gas up 0.4 to up 0.6. So across the board, way better numbers. This number, by the way, was supposed to come out on the 16th of April, slightly delayed, but not too much.
Not too much. I mean, days now. We're talking not months now. So we're at least much more caught up on that front. What this says to me is a theme that we've heard from different analysts and economists that we talk to. Never underestimate the American consumer. Your thoughts, Kevin?
There's an old country song that says, I'm not going to trade in my family's safety just to save on a little gas. And the U.S. consumer is still buying gasoline, still buying products. An employed U.S. consumer is still spending money, Diane.
Okay,
and the laziness are still collecting government funds.
Tom Hayes of Great Hill Capital said, never underestimate an American consumer with a job. All right, let's talk the latest on, that's right, with a job. Let's talk the latest on the Fed front. We've got Kevin Warsh set to kick off the confirmation hearing set to kick off today. What are you watching on that front?
So, several things, right? Kevin Warsh is going to show everyone that asks him a question how brilliant this guy is. Now, it's going to be partisan, right? Some people on the committee, led by Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina, they're going to ask about political independence and monetary policy and banking regulation. And then other people are going to ask about his net worth and can he be independent from President Trump. And all is going to be very partisan. It's going to be a circus. But make no mistake, if Tom Tillis doesn't block it, he will be confirmed. And remember something, when you watch this today, and it will be a circus like, remember something that Alan Greenspan once said years ago.
Irrational
Someone
exuberance.
asked him, how many presidents pressured you to lower interest rates? And without thinking, he said, all of them. All of them. Remember, some were behind the scenes, some are transparent and out in the open, but every president wants lower rates. Kevin Warsh has a theory that he thinks you should preemptively lower rates because of AI, because once you see the data, you're too late. And we always know the Fed consistently
That's what we need.
late on moving rates higher and moving them lower.
Not
So Kevin
a
Warsh
reactor
is going to show everyone, based on his
after the
testimony
fact.
today, how intelligent and the new view he has on interest rates.
You got to look into the
Be impressed,
future.
Diane.
You got to have that kind of brain
Thank you,
span.
Kevin. That's Kevin Hayes, co-host.
All right. So every morning when I come in, I look at all my stocks. We're going to go through what I do first thing in the morning. I take off my shoes. If I have to pee, I get it out of the system. I warm up my drink. I drink a glass of water. Then I take a little snack. I get comfortable. I want to be comfortable. want to be comfortable. And then I kind of get a glimpse of what people are talking about. I already got the feeling that I want to see a little pullback. We hit resistance level. We broke it about 75 cents, which is okay because that's a double top. And my trend lines did move up from where I set my support this morning. So the trend lines are always moving. So you got to keep in track of the trend line. So I go and I look at my stocks, I see how they're looking. All my major stocks, Mr. and Coin and Google and AVGO and AMD and NVIDIA and Apple and Meta, IWM, the QQQ, the SPX, the SPY, BABA, my China, BABA had a sell-off. China sold off last after hours and bounced back up. I look at my penny stocks. I'm starting to watch them. I got AMC and Bind. Everybody's talking about Bind in social media. We got a big pop we had yesterday, new highs today. So I pull up my weekly just to look at it because I'm in the stock and see where my moving averages are on the weekly. We could get this thing up to 184. And I'm going to look at my daily. Bind's had, fake meat in a year. This thing was up almost 468. We had a high of 769. Probably had some kind of Walmart news. I think it was Walmart news. So we've got us a little wedge right here, breakout. Today's target is going to be 156. Do you understand?
Yes, I do, Jimmy. I do, Jimmy. I understand.
And we're going to take it right here to that gap, 149. So I'm going to put a trend line on that 149 area. And I'm going to set me an alert right before I get to it. Where are you, alerts? The mark at or above? Nope. At or below. And I'm going to say gap. And I'm going to say 200 EMA and SMA. So when the alert comes up, hopefully it says that exact thing. I should have put daily. I've been getting a lot of gap trades lately, so everybody should be familiar on how to trade a gap. It ain't no trap, it's called a gap. Booyah. Booyah. Erase. Remove. Then I'm going to type in resistance 200 EMA and SMA. And actually it didn't do it. Come on, babe. 200 resistance 200 EMA and SMA. So I do homework and I prepare for my morning chores. Do you understand? Jimmy, BYND. Oh yeah, oh yeah. He's talking about crypto. Crypto Knight, he's a lucky man. There's a band that I'm going to start the day off with. I'm sure I knew that name of that song. Oh, drive-by truckers.
Quality ingredients in every pouch with pedigree. Learn more.
The girls have been telling me that the L'Oreal Telescope mascara is the best mascara out there, and honestly, the girls are never wrong, and I think
Kryptonite.
Now, Trump's talking about taking away the PDT rule, and I think that's going to make the penny stocks run. So I'm getting back into penny stocks. I've traded 2 so far, AMC and BYND, 2 of my favorites. AMC is not my favorite, but if you have the patience like I did, it became my favorite again. So I'm cooking on the watch list. I got my new one right here, Penny's watch list, and I got a penny scan. And I'll check in anything that pops up on my penny scan. This is from 90 cents to $2. Now I said it like that because anything under 50 cents is risky. Anything under $1 is risky. And this takes a lot of risk out of the table. And people can afford, to buy the 90 cents to $2. And those are the ones that start to break out or pull back from a breakout. So I've got that set as an ascending triangle scan with volume over 300,000, I think. Ascending triangle, volume 300,000. Stock has to be up 3% or more from 90 to $2. If you have what it takes to make some money. So we'll put this over here. Boeing.
Through the transition as
God.
Yes, good morning. A big week for the aerospace and defense sector. Several companies reporting earnings here, but Boeing largely in line with its own industrial sector, outpacing the S&P a bit, 41.3% versus 37.8% for the S&P. So a general look at the sector, kind of some disparity here. Boeing has had a nice time recently. Other companies like Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, General Dynamics are trending a little bit lower here. So some interesting dispersion as we head into this significant earnings week for the sector. When we do look more specifically at Boeing, we can see that after the highs that we hit here near 254.25, we have been trending lower here. So a consistent downward sloping trend line.
Beautiful call on the bottom.
Near 190, and then we have taken off once more.
These guys are a little late.
Draw an upward channel type shape between our two white dashed lines here. The 217
So when I called out Boeing,
recent highs
I talked about why I took Boeing,
could also look down here
and I talked about the past when
or so to fill
I
that
asked,
gap.
when we were at 125, and I said this thing's a strong buy to hold it.
As we head into
This was back during 2022 when we were having that big old sell-off of a 30% dip in the market from Biden. Yeah, I said 30%.
A little bit of bullish divergence.
Nothing like a 10% pullback.
Into upward
Things were rough back
now
then.
We're starting to level out a little bit as we approach earnings. So
And
our
people were scared.
moving averages that we follow here,
But
5-day
when you hit a
EMA,
solid support
222.58 is our closest. We
at
also have a
200,
confluence between our 21 and 63-day EMAs, along
you got to
with
pay
our trend
attention
line near about
on the
260
weekly and
or
the
so.
daily.
Finally, our volume
So this was
profile
back in
study shows that we have
2022.
volume nodes here near about the 230 level or so. That one is a standout to the upside. Meanwhile, to the downside, 215. That's around where we found some support recently with our point of
down
control.
here.
So those would be the significant volume areas to be on the lookout for.
All
We had
right,
a
thank
double
you,
bottom.
Rick. Appreciate that. That's Rick Duquette.
It came back, and then we had a nice little bounce up, and then it came back again and hit that same solid support at 120.
Senior options contributor.
And I'm screaming, buy this thing. We got a double bottom, baby.
For an example trade for Boeing, especially with earnings in front of
We
us.
got a double bottom,
Yeah,
baby.
the option market pricing in about a plus or minus only
And it ran up
4%
to
move in the shares, and that's
$267.
probably because of the
That's
fact that we've
$240.
seen a rebound rally
In a short
in
period
Boeing
of
along
time.
with the overall market. So you got to take that into consideration when you have this
So here
event risk
we
coming
created
up.
what's
So
called
I
an
looked at a
inverse head and
strategy that's
shoulders.
Don't be a hero type of strategy.
And I called it
where,
out
hey, you
again.
can still take a directional bias. I just
We
don't
had
have to be
3 black
aggressive
crows.
about it. So we're not to the April 24th
That's all you
weekly
gotta
option
learn.
series. So just 3 days to expiration.
If you,
really
if you
short-term
want to
positioning,
swing trade
trying to take
and not
advantage
worry
of the
about
elevated
stocks,
implied volatility going into this report.
look at the weekly
selling
time
the
frame.
220 strike put, that's out of the money to the
We
downside.
bounced
Stock
right
looks
off
like it's
the
gonna open up
200
here
with a tweezer
just about
bottom
225
after
bucks
3 black
per share.
crows.
Sell
Then
the
we had
220
3
put
white
and then buy the
soldiers.
210 strike
Jimmy
put
got out of the
against
trade.
it. So a short, neutral to bullish $10 wide put vertical. You're going to collect a credit of roughly about $2.20. That's what you can make on this trade.
Simple.
220 bucks with about $780 in risk, but that risk is all the way below the 210 level and that
Boom.
break-even of about 217
Exit idea.
to the downside. That's about 3% below
Third
the
soldier.
current share price. So what might be well or just a little bit within that one standard deviation.
So
move
now I'm
that
patient,
the option market's
waiting
pricing
for
in.
the dips, and I got to
probability
move to the
that
daily.
The short 220 strike will be out of the money at expiration, which is what
I've
you
hit
want
my
on a
target.
trade like this, right? You want to sell this
We
for
broke the
220
50
and
SMA
have
on
it
the
go out
daily, so
worthless.
that now
You
that
get to keep
becomes
the
support,
220, right?
and the 200.
Probability of that strike,
So
the 220 strike being out of the money at expiration,
After
about 63% at
one
this
of 'em,
point. So you've got the probabilities
after
and the
what?
odds are in your
This
favor
daily.
on this one. You're
1,
risking more
2,
than what you can potentially
3 weeks
make.
of selling,
That's because of the trade-offs that we talk
which
about
gave
with these
3 weeks of
passive
selling,
type
which gave you 3
strategies
black
where I'm
crows
taking directionally biased
into an inverted
vertical,
head and
that's
shoulders.
neutral to bullish, but I'm giving
And it
myself
breaks
that
out.
push
Now
into
we're
the
finally
downside on this,
bullish
passive
because we're above the 200.
All right, thank you, Tom. That's an
So you gotta
example
set an
trade
alert.
there for Boeing with earnings set to be released
Above that
tomorrow morning.
50
We've got
SMA.
futures higher this morning. S&P minis right now better by about 0.25% as investors look at.
Does anybody even
some
listen to
nibbling
me when I
today
talk
after
about
taking
moving
a
average?
step back
Because I ain't going to
yesterday.
talk about
President
them
Trump
anymore if
saying in
nobody
an interview
does.
with CNBC that he'll be disappointed if Warsh doesn't cut rates right away.
That's how I'm
We've
getting
got,
all these good trades.
Warsh's
I'm not
hearing
scared.
set for today, confirmation hearing. Thank you so much for joining us today on Morning Movers. I'm Diane
So I
King
set my alert
Hall.
above
Tune in
the 50
24/7 on
SMA, which is
SchwabNetwork.com. You've got
a
opening
technical
bell from
indicator
Nicole
used
Petalides
by
up next.
the institutional
so what
traders.
is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people.
And when I get
are
triggered,
learning with you.
You can just see and feel
I'm going
all
to keep
the
an eye on it,
excitement
and I'm going
around
to set
getting
my
learn
price
new
line right there
topics.
above
Some
that
of you
50.
want to get everything face to face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Right around
Some
220.
clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an
Then I'm gonna go to
online
my 1
workshop,
hour.
but still having that live interaction with
Or
their
2 hour.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those
1 hour,
gaps
20
as an
day.
educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we
They've
actually
been
teach it
holding up
all
the
come back to
200.
the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so I gotta wait for this thing to come down.
Giving you theory,
It's just
it
too
means
much.
Giving you the practical implementation.
Too
using
much.
our platform.
I gotta wait for another
So we
good
want it
poke.
to be fun.
We probably
want it
won't
to be
see this.
informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently be successful in achieving your goals.
So I go to my watch list.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets
These are my
expert
penny
strategy.
stocks
From the opening bell to the closing bell.
that have high volume. And these are the three that a lot of people
Get
interested in
inside the
buying.
minds of pro
A lot of
traders.
chat rooms are talking about buying.
A higher rate of change in sales based on their
A lot of
guidance,
social
and not the same
media,
rate of change on EPS.
because it's so
Follow the
cheap.
biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking
You see, you
news,
got to
and
keep it
sharp
above
trade
a dollar,
ideas minute by
or
minute.
it gets a letter.
With shows built for action, we
And we
break
don't
it
want
all
it to
down
dip.
in real time.
We don't want it to get that
Accuracy
letter.
and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a
And get
play in a
reprimand.
risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to
We got
watch.
donut on here.
Insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists, streaming live and on demand.
Schwab Network.
So I go to my watch list,
24/7, any screen,
and the bell rings,
anywhere, free.
and I'll go to percentage
SchwabNetwork.com.
breakouts, and I'll hit the see what's green and see what's red. If I see anything I like that's red, I want to look at it, because these are my favorite tickers. Everything, stocks, people take profit all the time.
Stay
It's
connected
a lot
to what
different than
moves
trading
markets.
SPX
Download
and the
the Schwab
SPY.
Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Could be a headline, could be a down, it gets like upgrades for a week, and all of a sudden it gets a downgrade. Fat cats didn't take the run, they want to get in it. They never tell you the whole truth why they downgrade a stock. Well, the PE ratio is too high. Is that it? Marvell's got great news. They got an upgrade to 170. So we put the Fibonacci on this one.
Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to Opening Bell right here on Schwab Network. I'm Nicole Petalides, and we have a big hour planned for you. A lot going on. Big news.
Put right back to the
stepping down
38%.
Cook, and that will be
We got a head
occurring
and
on
shoulders
September
here
1st,
off
so big
the
news there.
orb,
What's next for
or
the
off
mega
this
cap
here,
giant? Also, earnings season picks up
close
steam. We'll have
after
the very
hours.
latest on United Health, GE Aerospace, and
So that
3M.
probably your solid
United
support.
Health really boosting
I'm
the
gonna bring
down
it up
this
just a
morning.
little bit.
Meanwhile, the U.S.-Iran ceasefire looms, but one of our guests says the worst is already behind us, and we'll explain when it comes to
On
that.
Marvell.
In the meantime, let's check out the markets. After 13 days of gains, the Nasdaq did snap that winning streak yesterday. But we're back in the green again today. The S&P futures are looking up about 1/4% at 71.64. That's the level there. The Nasdaq right now up almost 0.3%, 26,823. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 246 points, thank you to United Health, and also the Russell gaining about 1/4%. Oil and gold are pulling back. Oil right now 89.51, so it is still close to that $90 level. Also gold at 47.99 a troy ounce, down $30. The VIX is at 18.98. The 10-year bond yield 4.27 on the day that we begin the hearing of Kevin Warsh, and so that could be contentious. We'll have to wait and see what happens there. We also have other economic pieces of data, such as retail sales and more. Kevin Hanks, live with CBOE. joining me for the pre-bell playbook. We did get a pause yesterday, but what a run we had for the tech-heavy NASDAQ for those 13 days. And we're back in the green now, and we are hearing, right, that the Iran delegation will be joining J.D. Vance for the peace talks, right?
Yeah, good morning, Nicole. Yeah, there is good news coming out from several things. Now, some of it's not established yet, but there's looks like the opportunity either late today or sometime Wednesday for peace talks between the U.S. and Iran.
Good morning,
like J.D. Vance is
YouTubers.
there, Jared Kushner, Steve
I'm
Witkoff. It says some
I'm
of the
here.
news reports yesterday said that there was a leadership delegation from Iran, some big hitters. So we'll see.
Louis
if
Goose
something
is working
happens
on his
with that.
bathroom.
But
He'll be doing that for a couple of weeks.
That is in the next 24 to 36 hours. So we'll see how that goes. Right now, we're dealing with some favorable corporate earnings. We're dealing with the Kevin Warsh hearing. We're dealing with a very strong retail sales number. So all things considered, market's having a solid update to start the day, Nicole.
Yeah, and yesterday's sort of pullback was certainly not dramatic at all. And now I guess a lot of folks are thinking that this could be ending, or maybe not. Does he expand the ceasefire? The president does not seem to be alluding that he wants to expand that.
You're exactly right. Remember, the rhetoric, the pressure is one thing, and then the negotiations are another thing. If we've learned anything during this process, the rhetoric, right, the big, loud, noisy headlines are not always what's going on behind the scenes and the negotiations. Iran said they weren't coming. Remember that? They said they weren't coming. Now they are coming. So I think there's two stories going on here. What's being said both by the leadership in Iran to their people and out to the world, and then there's reality, the negotiations behind the scene that we frankly don't know about, Nicole.
Yeah, and the other thing is, Iran said they weren't coming. You have multiple voices coming from Iran, and it's sort of like this hierarchy that's unwritten. I mean, some of the voices that are hitting the headlines are not necessarily the ones that are participating in the talks, so we do get that back and forth. I mean, as far as earnings so far, and we're going to be talking about a lot of the specific names. You don't have to get into specifics, but good news there for United Health. I mean, earnings season thus far, most of the guests are still feeling pretty confident when it comes to fundamentals and how stocks are performing.
United Health up, I've got it up about $24 pre-market, so a nice jump there on the earnings. I'm sure you'll get into that throughout your show, but so far, remember, we're into industrials, we're into airlines, we're going to get United Airlines after the bell, we're going to get Boeing tomorrow morning, we're going to get a lot of industrials coming out with earnings. So there's a lot of good news coming out from earnings seasons going extremely well so far. So, the fact that everything going on in the world and the market sits right here, pretty good news for the overall health of the U.S. economy. And like I said, the retail sales numbers, big numbers today. Some of that skewed by higher gas prices actually improve the retail sales number, but they even beat those higher expectations, Nicole. I'll give you the numbers real quick. Headline, 1.7% higher. That beats the 1.4 expected. X-vehicles, 1.9% higher. X-vehicles and gas, 0.6. So big numbers from retail sales, way better than expectations, even though some of those are tempered by higher gasoline prices do improve the retail sales numbers, Nicole.
Yeah, and President Trump wants Kevin Warsh to cut rates right away. There is certainly going to be some pressure on him to do so. I also thought it was interesting, and we're going to be talking about Apple throughout the hour with Tim Cook stepping down. And what's interesting is we had Coca-Cola, Walmart, Apple, all these CEOs stepping down sort of in a time where AI is kicking in, and that times are changing. And, obviously Tim Cook is so well respected. But it's time for a change there, and you have John Turnus coming in, who knows Apple so very well.
I think this is something that you may be seeing because, let's face it, AI is changing the world as we know it. And Tim Cook, you can't argue with his legacy at Apple. It's nothing short of spectacular. But even he has to realize that there may be someone better suited to lead this company into the AI generation. Do I know that for sure? No. It could be age, it could be anything. Because let's face it, it was a little bit abrupt that they announced this suddenly. Now it's September 1st, but it came, I think a lot of people were surprised by the announcement. So we don't know exactly why, but certainly one theory is, AI is changing the way we look at these companies. So it's hard to figure out, Nicole. We don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes, but we do know September 1st, new CEO at Apple.
Yeah, and we're going to get more details. Kevin Hanks, thank you. We're taking a look at all the different stock movers this morning. Jenny Horn is joining me, host of
Jenny Horny.
And so this big news out of Apple, as Kevin said, it really was somewhat surprising. I mean, we did hear from Walmart, we did hear from Coca-Cola. Those two 60-year-old CEOs did step down, and among the reasons was the next revolution of AI. Tell us a little bit more about some of the details on Apple, how it's faring, and this change that's happening. Jenny.
Yeah, because I frankly do think it will be a pretty massive change, just because anytime any leader, any of these, I would say probably
look at him.
Companies in the world, right? Like your Alphabets, your Microsofts, your Nvidias, your Apples.
Hair loss trial results.
Within that list, you would say that this is almost an identity that is like somewhat connected to their CEO. Now, I will say, I'll push back a bit on the fact that I was not surprised, because we got reports that were rumors, but at least rumors about 6 months ago that he was interested in a successor. That was obviously just per Mac rumors, so I didn't give much credence to it. But there have been some just rumblings online that he was looking to at least retire, looking for his way out and looking for a successor. So Apple did frame this as a long-planned succession. Whether you, of course, believe that or not is up to you. But Cook will remain CEO through the summer, with John Ternus officially taking over September 1st, as you mentioned. The board didn't unanimously approve this move, signaling really continuous, I'd say, decision-making rather than like disruption from a board perspective. But John Ternus is a hardware-first successor. He is the SVP of Hardware Engineering and a 25-year company veteran. He has overseen things like the iPhone, iPad, Mac, AirPods, and Apple Watch engineering. But the choice does really further reinforce Apple's identity as a hardware-led company, not a software or services-first one. So Cook does remain fairly influential as executive chairman. He is not leaving Apple. He will become executive chairman of the board and will remain involved with a specific focus on engaging with some of these global policymakers, and that does very much transition some of the exits we've seen companies like Amazon or Netflix. But this does mark the end of a pretty historic era, as under Cook's leadership since 2011, Apple's market value grew from roughly $350 billion to more than $4 trillion. He oversaw the expansion into services with a $100 billion plus business, and the launch of products like the Apple Watch, AirPods, which are very near and dear to my own heart, and the Vision Pro. The timing also does, though, increase focus on this AI strategy. Several did note that he's stepping aside as Apple does navigate this very critical AI transition. Apple's faced behind its peers, of course,
you dog.
has also more recently at least leaned into some external partners to help enhance that Siri upgrade.
Why does it do that?
On, of course, their next CEO. Now, initial market reaction was muted, reflecting some confidence in their succession planning, but it's also been very much widely viewed as Ternus has been seen as perhaps the leading successor for months. So again, the choice named by Apple was not, frankly, all of that much of a surprise, at least from the reports I read. But seeing at least some modest dip today, and I think that the next major leg of the story for Apple here is how you're able to execute on Siri. I think that this is a long-term transition. Again, September 1st is, to me, at this point, basically like years and years away, but how you're able to execute on some of the AI and growth innovation that you've promised for this year.
God. A lot of it's wasted breath.
going to the same
United Health, UNH.
They did mention they need to see a couple more months of more solid and stable performance to really continue to raise and boost their expectations. But overall, cautiously optimistic was the tone from their management on this earnings call, because it does seem like they're still navigating some of the influxes with, of course, policy and just rising medical costs.
All right. Well, thank you for all of that, Jenny, because we have a lot more stocks to watch this morning. We have 3M, which is lower, GE, DR Horton is gaining, Intel gets an upgrade, and so much more. So we'll have all of that for you. And standing by is Jim Thorne from Wellington Altus Private Wealth to give us a look into the market action. Opening bell. We'll be right back.
This is Fast Market, built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings to volatility plays, we bring decades of trading experience to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Jane. And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Real-time market moves, earnings breakdowns, and trade-ready insights. Follow me on X at Sam_Vardis and connect with me on LinkedIn or Instagram for more.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. I want to get you ready for the trading day. Jim Thorne is with me, Chief Market Strategist, Wellington Altus Private Wealth. And look, people don't know what to do. I was saying to Jim that everybody comes in, they don't know what to do with it. It's going to be a headline-driven market, but we've had a pretty good run. But you're saying we're going higher. Tell us more.
Yes, when the 10-year, the yield on the 10-year failed to breach 450 and it started to reverse, that was a signal to go risk on. So that was late March. We're going to 8,000 by the end of the year. We're going to have a peace dividend. The question we don't know is, let's go back to the late 1980s, early 1990s with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the Cold War, end of the Cold War. If we get a peace dividend, what does that do for global macro risk taking? And in the late 80s, early 90s, we had a rally that was unbelievable. We're starting to hear some people
wasn't unbelievable.
Mention the fact that we could be in front of 18 to 24 months of the strongest markets in a generation. So we need to basically keep an open mind.
Yeah.
And, realize that if we get energy down, rates are down, and then the global risk premium goes because state-sponsored terrorism is eliminated, right? We could be at very lofty levels by 28.
That's a very bold
This is a big
call.
deal.
A lot of people were worried about midterm elections,
Sponsored
but
terrorism.
It's not necessarily the next few months that you're talking about.
I've been living in
You're talking
fear
about
for
next year, the next 18 to 20
47
months.
years.
So if there's a sell-off, you're buying the dip?
Yes, and the thing about the midterm election was President Trump
every time I get in a plane,
detonated the four-year cycle by having that 20% correction last year. So we've never had 2 years of 20% corrections ever outside of a financial crisis or recession.
Oh, you
I
liar.
don't see a recession, I don't see a financial crisis. A normal correction? Sure. And think about what happened in the first quarter. We had the AI fears, we had a private credit fear, and
I wasn't scared of the AI.
10%.
It was manipulated.
P gets back to its old high in 11 days. Go ahead.
Didn't know it in VWAPR.
That suggests much higher and getting to a point where by July 4th we can be where people have said we've missed the trade.
Listen, because I do this job, I have a conflict of interest. I guess yes and no, I don't know, but I don't touch it. I've been working in my whole life in corporate America, on Wall Street, so I never buy and sell stocks or do any of that because I never want to be, questioned. Okay, everything's been sitting there since I started here almost 7 years ago. I picked my allocation 7 years ago. I haven't looked at it since. You know, if you were going to change an allocation here,
she must be rich.
like for someone like me who hasn't looked in 7 years, what would you do? What would
I don't believe that.
Are you really simple for you?
I don't believe that.
No cash.
Or anybody, you know,
Buy the
asking for a
S&P
friend,
500.
Jim.
Buy the S&P
There's no way a
500.
person doesn't
Make
look
it
at their
simple. Get into the market. Beta will take
track
care of
record
you. Don't
every
try
year.
to overthink this.
She's a liar.
So all S&P 500. What about bonds? What about
But
international?
that reminds me of fraternization at work.
Right now, if we were putting $1,000 to
I
work,
never
would say
fraternized
you
with any
wanna buy
women I
tech
ever worked with.
And you want to buy
Ever.
crypto.
I had them
Because
fraternize with
those are
me.
the areas that have been left behind and are going to have a
But,
phonetic
you know, that was
catch-up trend.
off limits,
But over
was
the
my
period of the
motto
cycle,
on that.
You just want to be in it. Don't overthink it. So if you
I
don't
just-
want, you know,
I just
NASDAQ
can't date
100,
somebody I
we're
work
a little
with.
bit in,
I'm just not going to take that
foreign
risk.
markets, fine. But look, like the 90s, the U.S. is going to
If
be
I
the place
do,
to be.
I'm going to quit the
When you
job
say
and
tech,
marry
I
the
mean,
chick.
Everybody always used to think of the NASDAQ or the triple Qs, but really the S&P 500 is also tech heavy.
But
Yes,
that was one of my
the tech heavy
number
with the
one
Mag
rules
7s,
in life.
right? And what are the banks going to do when they embrace crypto? What is
Well, how
this
did you meet
place going to
girls?
look like when we have tokenization of assets?
At
We are
parties,
in the forefront
at the
of
bar,
a major
at the grocery store,
technological
the laundromat.
wave that I just don't think people can get their brains around.
What did you think of Tim Cook stepping
On
down
websites.
and John stepping in, John Termes, who has been there for over a decade? That kind of
Did I
changing
gonna say
of the
what
guard
kind?
because companies now have to face AI. We've seen it at also Walmart and Coca-Cola, some changing of the leadership. Is AI changing how these guys have to manage? What do you think of a name like Apple? Do you buy it?
Yes, I think.
Check out
but
my overtrading
AI
mess.
is a platform like the internet or electricity, and Apple right now is a product
you.
company. Think iPhone. Apple has to evolve their innovation for this new platform, and that's what I think people miss with the sell-off of software stocks and what have you. Is it's a platform. It's like the internet, and so we're in this new era. So why not pass
Look
the baton?
at you.
What other stocks do you like?
Well, I think MicroStrategy is very interesting.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
think you
your
can dip.
crypto play.
Yes, I think.
Right.
I think you can dip your toe into private equity.
that supposed to be
I think
vulgar,
Apollo
not
looks
yogurt?
Very interesting. I think Palantir looks very interesting.
I think that's a record.
I think Microsoft looks very interesting. Oracle looks very interesting. JP Morgan looks very interesting.
Did I make you trade that much?
The infrastructure plays. You want to buy CAD.
Did I have
You
something
want
to
to
do
buy
with it?
GE Verona, which converts natural gas into electricity.
I want to take a
Quanta,
little bit of,
Eaton. There are too many plays to mention.
what do you call it?
Wow. Okay, I'll pick out JP Morgan.
Credit?
Why JP Morgan in a land of all these other kind of growing innovation type of names? Why good old JP
It's all
Morgan?
my fault.
Because JP Morgan
Oh
gets the
boy,
fact
we're
that
right at
they're going
open.
to have to
Opening looks
evolve
good on
and
the spy.
embrace innovation, irrespective of what Mr. Diamond says. They've been working on blockchain,
I'm in bind.
embracing crypto, and these large Wall Street firms are going to become
Yes.
growth companies again when they embrace blockchain.
We got 149 to
and
break.
AI, and you want to basically get with the leaders. And I think JP Morgan is starting to embrace this. It's going to be very interesting to see how these things do.
Apollo, Palantir, Microsoft, Oracle, MicroStrategy, JP Morgan, Apple, GE Vernova, Caterpillar, just to name a few. What about Kevin Warsh coming on? It looks like it's going to be a go, right? I mean, he's got to just sort of go through these hearings and such. He's going to have pressure to cut rates right away. What do you think happens here?
So rates will go down, I think, to 2.5 to 2.75.
By when? By the end of the year?
Bambala.
By, let's say,
Bachelor.
first quarter next year. He's pro AI, he's pro crypto, and look, he's hung out with Palantir, and I think he's going to basically say to the banks, look, it's start innovating. And so I'm very bullish on what he is saying. What is going to be interesting is the Fed is bigger than one person. So I think people are putting way too much weight that he can convert the whole Fed in a very short period of time.
Right.
Can we get the rates down? Sure, but it's going to take a period of time
Start
for
off
the,
with
for the Fed to really change institutionally.
So the strongest
Gospel
market in
tune.
a generation, the next 18 to 24 months. I mean, what kind of?
I am giving you,
10%,
I don't really want to talk
20%?
about possible. The numbers are much higher than 8,000. I will put it that way.
Oh.
But let me put it this way. By the
Okay.
end of the decade, the S&P will be close to 14,000. That's a double from here.
14,000 end of the decade. I'm writing it all down, Jim.
Okay.
Woohoo! Okay. Well, I mean, people would like that for their 401k and IRA. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having
Really
me.
appreciate it. On a busy day on Wall Street, Jim Thorne, Wellington Altus Private Wealth. Thank you for being here. Coming up, a quick break. We'll count you down to the start of trading. The Nasdaq's back
God,
in the
that's a
green.
long song.
Over those 13 days, the stock, the
play that
Nasdaq was
one.
up almost 16%. We only had sell-off yesterday. We're back in the green again. All right, we'll be right back.
That's a long one.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
I'm Marley Caden, live from Chicago. We're tracking market movers, earnings reactions, and what traders are watching next. Stream Schwab Network live at schwabnetwork.com.
Let me say it again. I can't give up. I can't give up now. See, I've come to
Watch the spine open.
turn around now.
Turn around now.
Turn around now.
Turn around.
Somebody still might not understand me, but you see, I've come too many years. I'm laid awake at night, and I've shed too many tears. The Lord has brought me over.
We got a bull flag. All right. Jimmy's going to take SPY first thing in the mo. Maybe the 708s, because I think we're going to drop back a little bit, or the 710s. On Lotto, today's the 21st. We're squeezing. Get ready, baby. We have less than 2 minutes. Oh, Lord, please let this be a good day for everybody. I've gone to church for almost 70 weeks straight. It's the longest I've ever gone. Amen. Amen. And today we'll have a poop to learn lesson at noon. Poop to learn. A little nippy in my room.
a cup of coffee?
One. Okay. We are watching the 7-Elevens at 113. Bingo, baby. 7-Eleven. Oh, God. $82. We got 10 at 82 and 5 at 113. Come on, baby, bounce. Come on, baby. They got 92 average. Bind is at 132. Where's AMC on here? AMC at 178. Come on. Needs to hold. It's probably still need more correction if this thing don't hold here. It stopped right at my support level. NVIDIA, AMD, we'll get NVIDIA pulled back. Okay, I might have to stop out of this thing if it don't hurry up and do something. Still at support. Yeah. They're dropping it. American Airlines says, I don't mind mergers. They're selling it off hard. Today's volume leader is Hims. It's down a couple bucks. We got coin down $5, 2.48%. We got AVGO down. Tesla's down a couple bucks. Today's winners, we got Marvell, which was a no-brainer. CrowdStrike, AMD, TSM, PAN, PANW, Target, Amazon. Vegas called Target out. Damn. Okay, we got a, I don't know. We got a resistance on SPY. I don't know where to take this. I think right there. If that breaks, we'll go up again. Right now I'm at 77. And I didn't add on anymore. So if we break that back to the 710 area, which will probably almost make me even. Okay, the scan's up on the penny scan. Bind might be on watch here if you're not in the trade. I better not say that. $77. At 82. Come on, baby. Don't let me down. The video's at 200. So we got big O's pullback. This is what I called this morning, was a pullback. Now I want you to see this. This could be a bull flag or it could be a wedge. So I'm going to take, I can take this straight across, and that gets you to about a little above the 200. Then you got a little wedge, which is bullish. And that's the 63 on the 1 minute. Now on the 5 minute, I could come up with these patterns, because I'm going to show you on 5 minute here and see what we get. There we are, right here. So just like that, you're at resistance. So if you bought the dip, I'd scale out some. Now I'm even. So I got to ask my question. Do I want to stay in the trade? My Rand's not wanting to show up so far, what I'm hearing. You don't know what to believe. So do I sell it and try a second chance, or do I accept it and see if we break out to the 710 area? I pick my nose. I look at my booger. Got these creepy crawlers on it. Jim, I love it when you talk about your boogers. It's so sexy. So I'm at 98. Now I got to make a business decision. 99. What would you? I'm out. I'm out at 106. Now I don't fuck around when I'm trading. Does anybody got anything to say? Thank you there, V-Whopper. Called a fallen wedge. Okay, I got that out of the way. That was an intense moment for Washboard Jim, but I never gave up. Why? I'm embedded with, and I don't have Trump deranged syndrome. Nor did I had Biden deranged syndrome, but I didn't let it bother me because the guy was asleep at the wheel. And that would be a song we'll play today. If you ever heard of him, Route 66. In fact, I'm going to get it ready just in case I forget. I asked to play with them one time and they said no. Get your kicks on Route 66. They come Springfield. I said, "Sir, can I play washboard up on stage with you?" Appreciate your talent, Washboard Jim, but we're all full up right now. 1:14. Anybody talk about 7-Eleven? Those are the calls I took. So you see the fallen wedge, and then my resistance to brake. Now we take it to the 210-97 area, and it could stop right here at the yin yang at 210-72. Always try to short change yourself. Don't try to hit your hardest resistance. After you chart up something, I want to sell it a little bit before I get there. I want to be the first one out of the trade. That's what I said. Talk about love. U.S. and Iran signal they will return to Pakistan for ceasefire talks. Now what the hell? I think it would be a very bright idea if they did that. We want to be friends with the Iranians. There you are. If you're not out of the trade by now, I'm going to shoot you in the back. Got a live update for you. U.S. and Iran, they'll signal return to Pakistan. It's all for ceasefire talks. That's what officials say. Let's bring peace to this world sometime today. I got the live updates. UNS and Iran. I met this girl. She was walking the streets. She had a dark skin, and she was beautiful to meet. I asked her, "Where are you from?" She says, I ran. And I said, you ran from where? She said, I ran from Iran. Because I'm not no square. Live updates with US and Iran. I hope my singing doesn't hurt your ears. Some people don't like it and they leave, and I don't really give a shit. Because I am Narcissistic Jim. Man, that was a good trade. I still can't get over it. I mean, the feeling when you're in it and you're going, oh boy, I've done it again. And if I'd have bought that dip at 60 cents, whoa. That would have been great. Good morning, Jesse. Good morning, Johnny. Good morning, G. Galvin. Bug. Angel. I'm still waiting for you, Angel. Mr. Grinch. Mark. RTP. And R. Silver Bullet. And the V-Whopper. Now, I've always had nicknames for everybody I've ever known. I used to call my little sister Miss Piggy. I called my other sister Penguin. She had this funny looking nose on her. The other one was a little chubby. Intel is up $1 or something. Amazon's up 5 with that news. We've got United Healthcare up $30. PLTR up $2. Microsoft. These are upcoming earnings watch list. Merck is down today, $3. Meta's up. Three Black Crows. See, watch them candles after they break out and learn. Watch them. Just learn them. We've got a snake. Got a fallen wedge here on NVIDIA yesterday or today. Breakout, pull back, higher low, boom, double top out of the trade. Look at them candles. See that candle right there? You got 3 Black Crows with a long-legged hammer and an inverted hammer. That's very bullish. You really want to get good at it. When you're looking at, just go back and look at reversals and memorize and look them up. That's a doji almost, long leg doji. That's a long leg doji. And you go into the, I'm waiting for people that want to donate to my trip. Let me know. I do this for free. Always remember that. Long leg doji. Long leg doji's candlestick pattern represent extreme market indecision, and high volatility. Signaling an intense balance battle between buyers and sellers. It often indicates a potential trend reversal. They look like a dragonfly. Now that's equal weight. See, that's equal. When the body's up a little bit higher, that becomes more bullish. Like this one right here. Dragonfly, and then the gravestone doji, and then a regular doji. So we've hit the 200. Jivo is an old one. Soluna expands AI and Bitcoin mining capacity in Texas. SLNH BIYA. Why Amazon shares are trading higher. That's crypto. EDBL, major fresh cut herb program, stock soars. Edible Garden wins major new fresh cut herb program. Package of Ohio Economic Development System. Edible. And bind. NVIDIA at the 63. AMC holding up. I want AMC to break out bad. $187 today is going to be resistance. And it goes on too long, I got to go ahead and sell all of them. Let's make that red. 187. Almost hit my support level at 174. I should have probably raised that up, put it right there, called that head and shoulders. That's what I should have done. Put the alert there. So we're going to raise that up. And that's a head and shoulders. Yeah, double bottom, head and shoulders, I think is a little bit where I should have set that alert. But I don't know, I wouldn't have added it. It had to go a little. This edible thing. I'm helping Zach through him a little bit. That's funnier than hell. That's funny. Oh, man. That's funnier than hell. Hot child in the city. Running wild and looking pretty. Look at that reversal on that wedge on the SPX. Calls are at 125. Is that fallen wedge? SPX. Learning these chart patterns can make you so much better. You can almost predict the moves. So we got like two inverted hammers, another one right there, almost a gravestone with a hammer right there. But they're red, Jim. I don't care. Bouncing off the 21. Boom, baby. Looks like we broke a Head and Shoulders. Or no, we got a Head and Shoulders coming up. 71.77. 10-4. I see it on /ES, Jimmy. Jimmy. Jimmy! Head. And I'm going to do something different on the and. SHOULDERS. Resistance. Here comes the pullback, Jack. And the video pulled back at hit the 200. 200 has been a major pivot point today. Apple hit the 200. We just now went below the 200 on the Meta. Oh, Tesla coming down. Get ready for round 2. It is a spammer in the main room. Who's that? Hello, everyone. Oh, well, we got a spammer we got to block. Once you join, do you see this piece of shit in here? I got to figure out how to block him. I got block, but I don't know if that's just me block or stop direct messages, limit the access to the profile, ignore instead. They can't reinteract. Block. Does anybody else see that block, that spammer? Is the spammer gone? Bug? Y'all see the spammer? You see it, but message is still there. Huh. Well, fuck. Okay. Oh. Block him. I don't know how to block. Now I've got him gone. So I can't. They don't know who I am. And as long as y'all know it's a scammer. You probably know that, no brainer. But Randy, you missed out on today's trade. I'm looking down here at the 100. So I'm going to set my alert right on the body of that candle right there, that inverted hammer. It could bounce here off the 63. As Washboard Jim gets ready to take the trade again, he's going to change it over to the SPX. And he's going to be looking at the 7150s. I'm going to get 2 calls. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Father, you burn me. Even in the fire. Tesla, 3 black crows with a hammer, spinning top, and an inverted hammer. NVIDIA, 3 black crows. I already called that one out. Amazon's got a symmetrical flag. Getting ready to squeeze. I don't say it, Jimmy. There it is. We're out of the box. Now we got to wait. Be patient. That's on the 5 minute. So let's look at the 1 minute. In the 1 minute, we're still in the box. So I wouldn't take it yet. We got a pennant flag on AMD. Well, could be an ascending triangle, or it could pull back to right there. So we got the VWAP here. If that fails, I got to get out of this trade. It's a inverse head and shoulders support. I was up $80 on this damn thing. Contract. Had 2 of them. Come on, do something. Buying pulled back some to 117. Right here is where I'm going to add. I'm adding to get out of this trade. Come on. It's inverse head and shoulders. Well, China might have sent some bad stuff on that ship to Iran. Yeah, darn it. Fuck. That's it. Out. Looks like we could hit 71.50 if this thing don't reverse. if we find out China sent some funny stuff to Iran, that's not going to be a good thing. They might have made some kind of deal while they're over there boofing each other. China, I mean, it'd be a tough country to live in with all that population. Buying's pulled back more. AMD's at resistance. We got an ascending triangle set up on NVIDIA. SPX is at the 100. And that's where I called my final support at. It went up a little bit, so it probably triggered it. Because if I would have adjusted it, we would have hit it. So let's see if we get a reversal here. Oh, I'll just have to sell it. I kind of like it here, but we'll see. I'm going to put the 100 EMA on here. Oh, didn't put the diagonal. Beautiful. Oh, there we go. Fuck. I turned my head for a second. I'm going, yeah! I just sold it right there, man. Jeez. All right, just like that, it's back down at 240. Bind hit my alert. $360. Dang, it wasn't fast enough. Oh boy. Damn it. No. Come on, baby. Yeah, I think the market's a little bit negative right now. I got P. I got a P. AMC triggered my alert. That split second, man, I couldn't get out of it. SPY has a node fallen wedge. This could be it for the SPY. Come on. Oh. Don't make it hard for me. Oh, this ain't good. This is not good. Watch bind here. Now we're coming to the 200. So I'm going to load the boat here in a second. Futures are trading higher Tuesday amid second round of U.S.-Iran talks. So I'm going to try to bail myself out of this one. $160. We're at the other head and shoulders right down here where I said I think we'd go. This is my last chance. I'm going to get supper started soon. We're at the 200. This is it. Do or die. If you're not in the trade, and you want to take a small risk, Oh, I can't look at that. Damn, Jim. Yeah, I'm out. I couldn't take it anymore. Watch it turn on me now. Blotch. Nope. I'm not out. No, I'm not out. Dig it. Almost too far out of the money. I'm gonna go pee and watch this thing run back up. I didn't get a body under that trend line, under my trend line. You've got to have a body. Still holding it up. Blanket. I'm back. Well, the market doesn't like the fact that the Iranians are meeting up. IWM looks kind of good right here. IWM support channel. Spies at well, you suck. I'm out for sure now. Spy just hit my 707 alert. Man, we got a double bottom on the QQQ. On the 5 minute, on the SPX, we're at the 200 EMA. I'm cooking dinner right now. Can of soup. We're getting to yesterday's low on the SPX. I got to make up some money back here. Okay. 71.25s. That was ugly. This is my last support. We've had such a good run, I mean, I'm telling you. That's on the 1 hour off the 63. This is my last trade if this don't work. Actually, I gotta go, before I do that, I'm gonna put my cake in. But I waited. Market's not happy right now. AMD's at a support. Okay, let's do it, baby. Nobody take these with me. I'm 1 for 1. The charts are not clean. They're not clean, that's Putville. $2.6. Opening bell. Tight stop. The optimism. Okay already. Oh yeah. Now, I got a little bit more to go to big even. It's almost, come on, get it. Now we're squeezing. I'm even right now on that last trade, $100 contract. I should sell it. But if we break the 21, well, IWM took a beating. There's 390. I never give up. I never give up. I never give up, my Lord. I never give up. I never give up. I never give up, my Lord. $380. Give me $380. Give me there it is. $380. Come on, bring it in there. Go, 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 go. Yes. I never give up. I never give up. I never give up, my friend. $4 and $10, $4 a contract, never ends. Now that's how you do it. That's how you do it. It's 420 time. Jim, they're at a grand. Okay. My name's Washboardjim. I'm the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy. I'm 2 for 3 today. Now I can eat. And I got a telephone call. Always clean, this is Jim. May I help you? You know, I don't like people calling me up and not commenting. So Johnny, did you record this phone call? We're going to find out who this is. And we're going to go bust their ass. Have a great day. Have a great day and don't mess with me. I made it back. Okay. I don't think I set my timer. Yep. There was one time a couple years ago I was rushed to the hospital because I don't know if it was magnesium or something I was real low on, like potassium. And they shot me up with a bunch of stuff. My legs started cramping again, so I started eating sardines, and I've only had cramps a couple times in the last 3 weeks. Okay, I got out of that trade, and I'm wondering if we're still bullish. AMD bounced off the 200. Off that trend line. We had a double bottom on NVIDIA. We got a double bottom on Apple. Watch Apple here. 3 black crows with a double bottom. Back to 275. And I missed, there it is. I really got a good recipe now on these little sardine cakes. You can't even taste it. Adding cilantro. $2.70. I'm taking another risk here. The 9 has crossed over the 21, tells me we're a little bullish. If we break the 9, I think we can get back up to the 63. I'm in at 270. Just like that, I'm up $70. Tonight I'm going to make a bunch of herring cakes. Use up the cilantro. So I got these 7125s at 270. Had to wait a bit. Started moving up on me a little bit. Remember, we're trading against a bunch of progressive liberals on Wall Street. Now we've got Trump deranged syndrome. Years ago, when I first started, CNBC had Trump on every week, praising him, using him as a leading indicator of real estate. They also used to talk about George Soros in a good way. They don't mention him anymore. Oh, George Soros got into this trade. And they'd pump him. I'm having chicken dumpling soup and two of these. Oh, here we go, 270. Hold that 21. This could have been your chance to get in it, maybe. Well, corn goes good with chicken dumpling soup. Penny stock ATIW. Damn. That didn't work out. My little sister's going on vacation. I might have to check on my mom tomorrow. Might leave around 12. While I'm doing that, I got to work on my property. And put some gravel on next to the light pole and put a camper up there. and then build something if I want to stick around. Tweezer bottom on the 5-minute. Some good stuff. Talking about Apple.
Now trading down more than 1.5% at 268.01 today in the wake of that announcement that John Turnus would be becoming the CEO in the fall. Achilles, let's talk about your last one here. Not my favorite sector here with Altria Group, but I know you like a dividend play here, and I was looking at this name before we started talking, and they've had 60 increases over 56 years. So does that play into you putting Altria in your big three today?
Of course. Anytime we can have a big dividend over 6%, we are most certainly happy to have it. We're not going to say no to that. Now imagine you make 10% in growth that particular year and you had 6%, you just made 16%. Why would you not like this kind of stock? Now, the big reason to get into this is when there's uncertainty, when things are happening that there's a lot of fear out there, you want to own a stock like this because there is such certainty in habits. So in a stock like this, it's a flight to quality that takes over. We're looking at 8 to 9% growth, but with a 6% dividend on top of that, I'll take it. And then we also have that rich dividend history that has gone up every single time. The fact that it's diversifying, we're starting to see different products in the tobacco sector. So it's diversifying within itself. So that's important to have. But more importantly is the fact that this should be, it's a much maligned sector due to the connotation of tobacco and such. But it is also a sector that has shown consistent growth.
Yeah, I'm going to buy a stock that gives you cancer.
Want to be part of your overall holdings.
Yeah, certainly a habit that's hard to break, probably not hurting their consistent growth overall. But Rick, as we take a look at the technicals here for Altria Group, I am seeing we have some lines that are converging on each other.
Yeah, so I think what you could suggest with this particular price activity we've seen in the near term is a symmetrical triangle type shape. Our two trend lines converging toward each other, one beginning with these highs near 70.50, one beginning with these lows we established after earnings near about 59.50. So from there, we can say that we had some difficulty getting above the 68 level that matches up with some old highs that we saw here. To the downside, our relative lows come in near 63, another level to watch, 62 based on this gap and a bit of fluctuation around that level. So now, in this case, we have a bit of a different picture. Now our moving averages are
focusing on reduced risk.
Shorter-term ones are clustered much more closely together. So here, 65 is the point to watch out for, where we have our three moving averages coming together, so 65, 66 or so. To the downside then, our 251-day yearly EMA comes in at 61.60, so that would be a notable potential supportive foothold to watch out for. RSI also exhibiting similar behavior to our price activity in that it's compressed compressing in a symmetrical triangular shape here. So this suggests lower volatility, which is often the precursor to higher volatility when you do eventually break out from these established boundaries. Our volume profile matches up quite closely with our trend lines in this case here. 64 to 67 roughly would be the breakout points for this one.
Snake
As
breakout
we look at
pullback.
Altria year to date, they are trading up more than 12% and about the same gain over the last 52 weeks as well. Achilles, great to have you back on the show for Big Three. We do have to have you back for that longer form talk about inflation, though. I'm going to make sure that gets on the schedule, but really appreciate you joining us today. Achilles Larea Jr., the founder and CEO at Larea Wealth Management, and of course, thanks to Rick Ducat, our lead market technician, for breaking down the technicals for us. Coming up next, we are going to spotlight Adobe and its new agentic AI offerings as the VP of Strategy and Products joins us from Adobe Summit in Las Vegas. Stay with us.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
Peter, this place is incredible.
Breakout.
It's where I get all your
Need a breakout.
supplies. Your golf balls, your fancy coffee, your giant TV. It's everything in one place. It's like Schwab. Everything investors need, all in one place. Come again? Yeah, at Schwab they can do everything. Invest, trade, get full service wealth management, and anything in between.
Think I'm gonna be sick.
We have to buy that now.
Invest your way with Schwab.
She looks like you, Dad.
Aw, she's got your smile. Carl. Yep, your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need, all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Invest your way with Schwab.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden, live in our Chicago headquarters. It's time to spotlight the latest agentic AI offerings and trends from the Adobe Visibility Report. Joining us now to take a closer look, Lonnie Stark, the Vice President of Strategy and Product over at Adobe. Lonnie, thank you for being with us today and taking the time out of Adobe Summit. I know you're joining us straight from Vegas right now to take a look at some of this recent data, but some more huge numbers coming out in terms of AI usage and AI trends. AI-driven traffic to retail sites up nearly 400% in the first quarter. What has changed so dramatically in just a year?
Yeah, I think this is a direction that's been happening and we've been tracking for almost the last 2 years. This AI traffic that is coming to retail sites, but it's actually cross-industry. And so what that has meant is that brands are now thinking of how they dual optimize, how they think about the human audience and giving their customers a reason to directly come to their websites, but also making sure that they have the content and the content strategy to really give these agents, these LLMs, the information they need so that in brand discovery as well as recommendations of products that they're showing up with their brand and with their identity in what they're providing to customers accurately in these third-party environments such as ChatGPT and Gemini.
And I'm glad that you brought up ChatGPT and Gemini, because a lot of people using those to source these products. Where can I get my kid this, or what's the best gift for an 8-year-old girl? But now we're starting to see that AI traffic and those queries translate into an actual purchase, even a reversal that we saw in some of the other data. I always speak to your colleague Vivek about the holiday traffic, and we've been talking about this now over the last several holidays. But we're seeing this AI traffic now convert better than traditional channels. We're really seeing a marked shift here. Does that fundamentally reshape the digital market?
It is in the sense that that directional shift. That is very interesting. So traffic coming from these LLMs to brands' own properties is converting at about 37% higher in March 2026. And so that means that our brands need to think about not only showing up in these third parties, but also the kinds of experiences they need to drive in their mobile apps, in their web properties to make sure they're part of that conversion, and also capturing that customer information so that they can further personalize the experience for customers that they get to start to know and build a direct relationship with.
And Lonnie, every time I see Adobe's data come out, we get closer and closer and closer to it being about half of users using AI. We're now close to nearly 40% of consumers using AI for shopping in terms of their search strategy and locating what they want. If AI continues to shorten the path to purchase, what happens to the discovery process, the search process, advertising, and brand differentiation?
I think a couple of things. One, brands are going to need to invest more in top of funnel brand marketing, so that if someone says, find me a hotel, turns into find me that brand's hotel, so that there is human preference in the prompts. And we're tracking that with brands. How many of the prompts in their category are branded versus unbranded? That's one area. The second, which is interesting, is while the discovery to purchase may be compressing, there's also experiences that people want to have. I always say that people don't send their agents to Disneyland. So I think that's a strategy that companies need to think about, which is how do they make their service not just about a transaction, but about a relationship and experience. And one of the brands that are at Summit that has a very prominent position here is Dick's Sporting Goods, and I'll be talking to them later about how they offer a retail experience as well as a mobile experience that is really about making people better athletes. So that's the kind of things that we're working with brands on to make sure that they're continuing to be first and foremost, in mind, top of mind for both humans and also producing the kind of content that agents need, which is why we also released Coworker and a lot of agents to help people in organizations actually keep up with this shift to the agentic web, where we see humans wanting more engaging experiences and agentic activity increasing on websites, on different content sources to source information, to have conversations with consumers on these third-party LLMs.
And Lonnie, I'm glad that you brought up a company that you think is doing it right now in Dick's, because the report highlights that there's a 50% gap between the top and the bottom retailers in terms of AI visibility. So what are these leaders, these potential winners right now doing right in terms of their strategy?
Yeah, so that's a great point you're bringing up. There is that gap, and it's widening. So a few things. When we work with brands, we have seen this past year, 80% of brands have content visibility challenges, meaning the content that they're producing is not visible to AI agents. So the first thing that I would recommend brands need to do is, one, check on their AI readability scores. And we have a free Chrome plugin that people can download. It's kind of like a speed score where you're able to see whether you have content visibility on a particular page on your property. And the easiest thing to do is make sure the content you want available to these AI agents that you have already invested in, that these brands are making that available. That's a simple approach that we have in the innovations that Adobe has brought to our customers.
Will you come home with me and have sardines and drink some prune juice with me?
Deeper
it just don't work.
To develop that content strategy long term. This is a long game play.
I've tried.
It's not just about showing up. It's about showing up and also being being a destination.
It just makes them smile.
A digital destination, a physical destination.
And I take them out
so you
to a
maintain
luxurious
that
dinner.
direct relationship
So
with humans.
I just posted a chart in
live
here.
in a world with
I want
more
to kind
and
of talk
more
about
AI
it
agents.
for a second.
Lonnie, I
Called-
can keep talking to you about this for the
it's on
next
a
20
weekly
minutes
time
of
frame.
the show, but unfortunately I'm
And
being told that we're out of time. But I
called
hope you'll
Three
come
White
back and join us
Soldiers.
again.
Usually
Please enjoy
when
your
you
time
have
in
three
Vegas, and
white
thank you for
soldiers
taking
on
the
the
time out
weekly,
of Summit to be with
you're
us today.
going to have
Lonnie
some
Stark,
kind
the
of
Vice President of
resistance and
Strategy and
some
Product
kind of
over at
consolidation.
Adobe. Coming up next, we've got the
So
disruptors.
I'd go
We'll be
back
taking
to
a
that
look at
previous high
Snowflake
that I had
and
drove
why
on there
UBS
about
is lowering its price
694.50
target,
in
but
that
maintaining
area.
a buy rating.
I mean, just to think if it bounced off that, or if it hit it and bounced off of it, that'd be a real healthy pullback. But usually after three white soldiers, like I talk about in here all the time, on any time frame, you'll have some kind of consolidation. So if you pull up the yearly candlestick, you can see the resemblance of them soldiers, how they kind of go to the side and consolidate after three or after two good ones. So I just wanted to kind of bring that up.
I love that.
Yep.
I definitely need to spend a little bit more time learning the patterns that you always talk about.
Oh yeah. But it helps. It kind of puts you in a mindset where you want to be. So, yabba dabba do, everybody. Jimmy loves you.
Thank
Yep.
you, Jimmy.
Yep. I'm back.
Stay connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marla Caden here in our
Ooh.
Chicago headquarters. Let's head out to the New York Stock Exchange to check in with Nicole Petalides, host of Opening Bell and The Watch List. Good morning to you, Nicole. I want to talk about one of these big headlines we haven't gotten to yet in the show today. Amazon investing more in Anthropic. What can you tell us about the details as we're seeing Amazon move more than 1.5% higher on this news?
Yeah, look, as you well know, Marley, it's all about AI, more spending, more AI demand, the surging interest that we're seeing, and Amazon is doubling down. So this deal here is they're expanding their partnership, and Amazon is investing another $5 billion in Anthropic, and then can also invest another $20 billion. So that could be $25 billion, in addition to the $8 billion they already put in. Now, on the other side of it, Anthropic
I forgot
has
the
committed
YouTubers.
$100 billion to Amazon
No,
Web
I'll never forget the
Services for the
YouTubers.
Trainium chips from Amazon. Why do we care about the Trainium chips? Because they train
Never.
and run AI models. And Anthropic has had so much demand, in fact, and they've had surging demand, limited
TV
capacity.
volume
This
is a
could
bit too
actually
high.
help them to free up that bottleneck. So we know that Amazon will continue to invest in Anthropic.
I'll just do this.
Partnership expands and gives them
Mute it.
$1 billion valuation, and there's been more and more investor interest for this IPO, which is potentially happening later this year. I'm going to double check, but I also think Cantor Fitzgerald put a 280 target on Amazon earlier today with an overweight rating, so I think that was also I'm just going to go with it because I had it in my brain. 280, and Amazon right now is at 252. So a lot of optimism surrounding this story, but it really just shows you the future generations, all things AI, and it really goes with the story too of Tim Cook stepping down and how AI is sort of the next generation. We saw Walmart CEO, Coca-Cola CEO, now Apple CEO, all sort of stepping down because AI is sort of the next big trend, and new leadership is needed at some of those places, and lots of spending, as I just told you about there.
Yeah, certainly lots of spending. We were just talking to the team from Adobe about these AI trends that they're observing. AI retail traffic up 400% year over year in Q1, Nicole. So you are saying it right that AI is the next big thing. Thanks for breaking that down for us, Nicole Fedelides.
And you all saying it wasn't.
Disruptors. George Tillis, our senior markets correspondent, is back with today's company, Snowflake. We've got UBS lowering the price.
Well, she got some
today,
teeth.
George, saying that shares have underperformed, but they do maintain a bullish rating. Can you take us through the note here?
And that's a little pivot point area.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Snowflake, interesting enough, I was just looking at the chart, Marley, peaked around $280 going back to Q3 of last year. We know that there's been sort of this challenge with the software and application-based companies across the board. And Snowflake is essentially, you know, when it comes down to data analytics, they have computation and storage separate, which actually provides value propositions to major enterprise customers. But one of the challenges is perhaps some multiple compression going on with the group. And this is essentially part and parcel of the story that UBS essentially has with their call. They did maintain a buy rating, but they did also lower their price target to 210 from 235. They do see that still growth. If you look at sales estimates for 2027, between 20 and 30%, and they say that's actually quite good. But they do.
From bare to brow test, passed with Faux Brow by L'Oreal Paris.
One, two, three.
Okay. Gap. I got a lesson about the Gap play on YouTube. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, there's a band I used to play with. We broke out. AMD broke out. I'm at 180 on my call still. I'm just going to leave them alone.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
How's it sound? Oh.
I'm Alice Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is Next Gen Investing, where we track the trends shaping tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto.
Is that AI audio? No.
Free trading day.
No, it's just
This is a make or break level for this stock.
Yeti. Blue Yeti audio right now. I don't have it on the computer.
Hey, Dad. I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab.
Granddad. Oh my God, there's another
He
knife.
started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations.
We broke out of the fallen wedge.
Their turn.
We're at the support level right now.
Fast market built for traders who want more than just headlines.
We walk you through trade ideas with structure, risk management, and a focus on execution.
From options to earnings.
Practically
to
went below it.
plays. We bring decades of trading experience
Kinda.
to every segment.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Still holding.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Marley Caden. It's time now for the 360 round to discuss United Healthcare. The health insurance company beat analysts' expectations on the top and bottom line, raised its full-year adjusted earnings guidance to more than $18.25 a share, above the $17.86 that Wall Street was expecting. Joining us now to take a closer look at this move to the upside and the numbers, Christine Short, the head of research at Wall Street Horizon, a TMX company, and Raul Shah, the CEO at Doc Shaw Financial. Thank you for both being
I never heard of any of these
Christine,
companies.
Let's start with you. We're seeing a nice move to the upside, a little bit more than 7.5% right now. It was a clear beat here. Is this a change to the overall story for United Health? Was this quarter what they needed to really show the
They got a new CEO.
Yeah, I think so. Like you said, investors seem very happy with this print right now because the expectations were certainly for it to come in.
It hit my resistance I had
maybe
charted.
top and the bottom line, but even more important.
I haven't touched this chart in months. This is how I used to trade, horizontally. It pulled right back, man. I don't know how long it's been. It's been a while since I've charted this. No, it might not have been. We definitely broke resistance.
.9% today, just suggesting that they're keeping more of the premiums than they're paying out. Of course, that's a good thing for insurance companies. The other thing we were looking at was Medicare.
They use OBS.
Retirement, and those numbers were expected to fall a little bit, but they came in about 1% higher. Medicare Advantage, we did see the memberships fall by about 965,000 as United right sizes and focuses more on profit over volume, but of course we know those numbers and reimbursement numbers are going to change next year in 2027 as the Trump administration approved a higher payout ratio for next year, and the Center of Medicaid and Medicare Services expects that payout to be about 2.5% higher in 2027. Of course, that would be a boon to all healthcare insurers.
And Raul, I want to touch on what Christine just brought up there. Obviously, that medical care ratio number was in focus for this quarter. With it coming in better than expected, how much of that, from your viewpoint, is sustainable versus one-time factors here? And also, I'd love to know any other metrics that really stuck out to you in the report as well.
Hello.
And Raul, I want to touch
that's a
on
great
what Christine
question.
just brought up there. Obviously,
Christine
that
summed up a
medical
lot
care
of my
ratio number
thoughts
was
as well.
in focus
I would
for
say in
this
terms
quarter.
of
With it coming in
I always
better than
call it the
expected,
MLR,
how much of that, from your viewpoint, is sustainable versus one-time factors here? And also, I'd love to know any other metrics that really stuck out to you.
Oh, that don't sound good.
So, all of last year, everyone was kind of wondering, well, is this elevated trend going to remain? Is it going to go over 90? What's going to happen? And then as soon as you start interjecting a little bit of certainty, investors kind of ease up, and you can see that reflected in the stock price. I mean,
I was
Tim
just
Nolan
picking
made
up
a
my
pretty clear on the
phone.
call that the elevated costs are there. They're not going down. They're kind of in line with expectations. But at least now that we have that clarity again, investors can kind of go ahead and price the business a little bit better. When I look at the free cash flows that I expect the company to generate, I think the stock price is worth well north of $500 a share.
Is that too loud?
What really stuck out to me is that they are executing on what they said that they were going to execute. They made 2026 a year not focused on top line growth, but a year focused on controlling their costs. Insurance companies are very differently structured than, like a retail company or a consumer goods company like Chipotle, right? Like if Chipotle's cost rises, well, they'll just raise the prices immediately and they'll kind of negate a lot of those effects. You can't really do that in insurance. There's a lot more price controls and regulations in place. So this is not new to United Healthcare or other insurers. Essentially what's going to happen is that because these costs are higher, it's going to take 2 or 3 years for United Healthcare's premiums to rise enough to kind of offset those higher costs. So you're looking at a 2 or 3 year, margin recovery timeline. Maybe call it 2 if you include, 2026. But investors got that certainty and got a lot more clarity in the business, and I think that's really going to elevate the stock price and get it back to its fair value, which I think is well north of $500 a share.
And Christine, I want to talk about Optum here. Optum has historically been a growth engine, but as Raul just highlighted, moving away from some of that growth to try to lean into profitability here. But we saw mixed results this quarter in the Optum segment. Is that concerning to you in any way?
Yeah, like you said, Optum was expected
How's that
to
sound?
be a bright spot and offset some of these weaker areas, but the results did come in mixed depending on which business line you're looking at. Optum Rx, their pharmacy benefits arm, did improve. The revenues increased a little over 2%. Then you saw Optum Insights was about flat, and then Optum Health, which is their care-based value business, did decline about 3% on falling memberships, and that was to be expected, as like I said, they focus more on profit than some of the volume there. So not an overall concern, but it was meant to offset some of these weaker areas and just didn't come in as good as expected. But overall, as Raul noted, they were able to manage some of these higher costs, but it was noted on the call that they are persistently high. They're consistently high costs that they are seeing as headwinds here, even into 2027 when they expect reimbursements to be higher. So it's something to note that this is an ongoing risk to this business.
And Raul, we've only got about 10 seconds for this answer here, but you highlighted that $500 level, so I'd love to know what's the time frame on how long until we reach it?
Give it a couple years.
A couple of years.
Is that too loud?
Thank you both for being with us to break down the earnings from United Health today. Christine Short, Head of Research at Wall Street Horizon, and Raul Shah, the CEO over at Doc Shaw Financial. Also want to thank all of you for being with us today on Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden. You can download the free Schwab Network app in the Apple App Store. You can also tune in 24/7 on Schwab Network.
Audio check. 1, 2, 3.
King Hall is coming up next.
She's got your smile. Carl. Yep, your #1 broker is here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up for college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies.
Schwab helps me generate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need. It's making me.
Here's a fun one. Guys, pretend like you're holding up the building behind you. Ah, the picture. Yeah. That's okay, right. Now give her phone back. How do y'all know each other? You friend?
Well, if you ever plan the motor west, take my way, that's the highway, that is the best. Oklahoma City, it sure looks pretty. You should see Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, Donnie, Norfolk, Pomona, Cleveland, Barstow, San Bernardino. Once you get hip, it's kind of tip. Take down California trip. Get your kicks on 66. Let it roll. Mines to St. Louis, Joplin, Missouri, Oklahoma City, sure looks pretty. You should see Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona, Darling, Norfolk, Pomona, Cleveland, Barstow, San Bernardino. Once you get into town,
Route 66. Let's break to 63. Minus 3 points. We got a 1, 2, 3 resistance of rain.
down Route 66. And you can beat a few hicks down Route 66. You'll be feeling real fine on Route
66. We broke 63 on Route 66, crossing the Missouri line into Oklahoma, reaching midway point right about at a double top at $7,100, $7 a weight. But we got a junction at the 100 we're hitting right now. Oh yeah. The woman is talking, yeah, a little loud. Is it loud right now? How's it sound? It sounds perfect. I've got a perfect. Right now we're at 170. Sounds great. Very good. I'll leave it like this from now on. Now with the TV on.
Contingent goes over to Pakistan to hopefully
Is
restart
that too loud?
the second round of talks with Iran. Now Pakistan's come out basically before that takes
I think it might be
place,
too loud, right?
encouraging them to extend the ceasefire deadline, which is tomorrow. Keep that in mind, and President Trump made some comments that they do not want to extend that ceasefire. So maybe that's putting a little bit of pressure on equities. Remember, the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100, they're still just about, 5
I bet you that sounds better.
percent off of those all-time highs that we hit last Friday. So not surprising that we're consolidating here. You're seeing that push up in crude oil up over 2.5% today, back near just under $90 a barrel. That's creating some headwinds. And then you throw in the fact that, hey, we're seeing yields start to strengthen here. The U.S. dollar is moving a little bit higher. That might be pressuring equities at this point, but we're still looking for some clarity out of the potentially second round of talks. And if the ceasefire gets extended, if that gets extended, hey, maybe that'll be a positive. But you mentioned earnings, and I think this is a real key thing for investors and traders to focus on is the fact that, hey, earnings have been great so far this earnings season. Now, we're not even a fifth of the names within the S&P 500 have reported, but we're at a beat rate on EPS of close to 90% at this point, so above historical norms. So maybe that's given some credence to the rally that we've seen since the start of April off of those lows, and maybe that gives us a little bit more optimism moving in, into the meat of earnings season, which begins this week.
Okay, all right, Kevin, your take how do you read the tea leaves of everything that's happening right now?
Yeah, I think reading the market as I see it right now, it's the macro taking over the micro, right? Tom's right. The earnings news, United Healthcare, a lot of names coming out, good solid numbers, returning to some nice moves in some of these names, but just look at the dollar higher, 10-year yield higher, crude oil 2.5% higher, VIX back almost to 20 again. Markets are getting jittery ahead of this deadline in Pakistan. So there's a lot going on here. That could ease up real quickly, but right now as we get closer to that deadline with someone, frankly, we're negotiating that we don't trust. And so I think the market's just a little jittery. It's had a pretty nice run, and recovery getting a little more uncertain now. Like I said, macro taking over the micro, I think is what you're seeing here, Diane, Tom.
Macro taking over the micro. All right, let's talk the changing of the guard at Apple with CEO Tim Cook announcing he'll be stepping down from that role and moving over to executive chairman. John Ternus will take over the top job beginning September 1st. Now, investors taking a bite out of Apple, but it's not a dramatic decline here, so it looks like this is kind of well telegraphed. Tom, your take when you think about Apple?
Yeah, shocking news after the close yesterday, and this comes after just a couple months ago, Tim Cook said, hey, I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be with Apple. So maybe a little bit of a shock. Maybe that's why you're seeing this pullback. But hey, you know what? The John Ternus, he's been there with Apple for 25 years. Seems like a natural internal successor for this company. Remember, he had, design of the silicon that they're starting to ramp up with the A and the M chips. That's been a success for their products as they move away from reliance on some of the other tech companies within that space. And then his push into artificial intelligence. There was just a report that came out of Bloomberg just now that he's already starting to integrate into their product design and their methods of AI integration here. So maybe that's going to be a step in the right direction. Tim Cook built up the services industry just last year, over $100 billion in revenue. That's a big margin win for them because it's got that higher margin across the board. But, you're still reliant on the things that this guy worked on, and that's the iPhone and some of the other things like the AirPods and iPads. So is this a big turn or shift in the outlook for Apple? Maybe not, but maybe it's an expansion of what might work in the future. And maybe that's what you have to be optimistic for. But after a 15-year reign at the top, Tim Cook, took the stock from, about $20 in 2011, I believe, and, look where it is now, over 2,000% gain. So very successful career. He's still going to be there with the company, guiding them, working politically with them on certain areas. But hey, you know what? This is progression. Maybe this is something that's necessary at this point after a 15-year run. So yeah, I don't think it's negative news. And if you look at some of the commentary out of the sell-side analysts,
I'm going to go for this add-on here.
I just think it was more of a shock than maybe the streets taking it for what it's worth, just because of the fact that, hey, he said he was going to be there for, the foreseeable future, and now that's getting cut short.
125.
Yeah, indeed. All right, a turn for Ternus at the top of the heap there at Apple. But to Tom's point, got a note in my inbox last night from Dan Ives over at Wedbush.
Dan Ives. What's he pumping?
On Apple, maintaining $350 price target.
Bullshit.
We still have conviction around this one. Kevin, your take on Apple?
Yeah, I think Tom's right on this one. I think there's a little uncertainty, a little surprise that he announced this so abruptly. I think the fact that his predecessor comes from the hardware engineering is that leaning towards AI, or is that leaning towards what Apple has done all the time? Now, this guy's been involved in a lot of big products for Apple, but when someone takes the company from under $1 trillion to almost $4 trillion in valuation, his legacy is pretty much in stone, and the next guy's going to have to prove it. He's going to have to show that he can navigate these waters.
Navigate these
I
waters.
think, this sell-off, because it was a little bit of a surprise, and because there's a little bit of uncertainty, I think you're seeing Apple back off. But I think you'll see some, some quick turnarounds on opinions and ratings and upgrades and price targets, things like that. I don't know. Frankly, I'm not an expert on Apple, so I don't know this guy, but he comes from hardware engineering. That sounds like he's in the epicenter of everything Apple's doing. So, just like Tim Cook, when he replaced Steve Jobs right before his death, he has to show everyone, right? And so, yeah, I think this will be really interesting. The next chapter in Apple is starting.
Okay, let's talk Amazon. It's gaining some ground today as its AI ambitions grow. The e-commerce some news that came after the close yesterday as well. They announced this massive, expanded, multi-billion-dollar deal with Anthropic. And then, Tom, I don't know if you caught this today. They're also Amazon is launching a GLP-1 management program. I guess everybody's getting in on that business. Amazon shares higher right now. Tom, you're taking a look across Amazon.
Yeah, it just tells you how many hands they've got in different areas within the economy at this point. But you take a look at the investment up to $25 billion. This is on top of the $8 billion that they've already invested
I wonder
in Anthropic. And this
how you have peace talks with Pakistan.
$50 billion investment in OpenAI, which is a big main competitor to Anthropic. So the spinning circle of investments and I invest in you, you invest in me continues.
Turn that down another notch.
Anthropic to commit to spending more.
If it's too loud for me, it'll be too loud for you.
AWS technologies. And I think one of the key components within this, maybe that's why Amazon's doing pretty well, the diversification away from reliance maybe on NVIDIA and some of the other chip makers is.
So if I was doing peace talks with Pakistan, I'd say, with Iran, I would say, how would I say it? I said, we love your Iranian women. We have a lot of single men live in our country that need wives. Is there any way we could start a mail order bride business? That's the way I'd start the peace talks. Please, your women are beautiful. God darn it, come on, back up.
So the spinning moat continues as far as the investments go. This is definitely, I think, a benefit for Amazon and that segment of their business with those Trainium chips.
This makes me think of the circle that we used to talk about, where it's like the images, a handshake this way, a handshake that way. It's all about chips, cloud, and the circle of life in this sector for the AI boom. Your thoughts on Amazon, Kevin?
I don't know about you guys. I have partnership fatigue. Everyone is now partners with everyone. Can't we just, if this was court, we would just stipulate. Everyone's partner with everyone, okay? There. I can't keep up with every other day there's some new partnership game. I get it. They're all together. They're all purchasing from together and investing in each other. I get it. I don't know what this means for Amazon. Stock jumped in the after hours.
When I was a business owner at Picture Frames Plus, I was taking business management in college. And I often would disagree with my financial teacher about shaking hands with women and, so one day he was telling us about how to do a contract and that shaking hands was no longer accepted. And I stood up and I said, "What? I ain't going to do any business deal unless I don't shake someone's hand." And he kind of looked at me. I said, "Yeah, I've shook everybody's hand that owns an art gallery here in Sedalia, Missouri." And I told him right then and there that we were going to be partners, that I'm taking over the owners of the old frame shop. And I want to be your partner. If you ever need a mat board or you need a picture frame of some sort, I'll go ahead and sell it to you at wholesale for what I paid for it. Now, I didn't have a lot of stock, but, you know, I had quite a few ready-mades where they'd come over and buy a ready-made. Now, I'd throw in a surcharge of some sort, not a big one, enough to make it worth my while, but not nothing like a markup. So I had 3 times, their markup were like 6, and mine was 3. So if I paid $40 for a picture frame, I'm going to sell it for 120. And these are nice frames. If I paid $3 a foot, I might sell it for $6 a foot, because I'd get 10 feet, and that'd be a good enough profit. Then I'd take profit, do the same with the glass, same thing with the matting, and then have a little $10 fit and to put it all together fee. Why, they're still charging 600% on markups. But I wouldn't tell them that. But I told them I'd sell, you know, I was partners with everybody. So what he was saying about being partners, you know, that's a good way of doing business. You gain a little business that way and on both ends, and maybe you save a little bit of money on both ends. So don't ever try to isolate yourself as the best and try to, you know, isolate yourself from other shops. Welcome them. Eventually that word gets around. So I started my frame shop after I graduated, or during the process of graduating. The college asked me to go ahead and teach a class on picture framing and art. So I had like 10 students, 10 artists. You know, artists can't afford to go out and get spend that kind of money on you know, you usually just sell it, the canvas and only the canvas without a frame. And same as drawings, you know, they don't have the equipment to put it all together. So I'd give them, you know, everybody that was a student of my class would get it also at wholesale with a little bit of markup. And they would do all the work, and I'd let them use my equipment, except the chopper. You know, I didn't want them around dangerous stuff, so I would cut the frame for them after they got done with it. The biggest problem is nobody can read a ruler the same, but you want to try to get it within 1/8 of an inch or 1/16 of an inch, as close as you can. So I would have just that class alone to teach people how to do fractions. A lot of people don't know how to do fractions. They wouldn't know how to add 3/8 to a 1/2 inch or so I had to show them all that and the math that it takes to cut the mat. But what they were saying about being partners, for any business to be successful, I think you have to be partners with other businesses. Depends on what you're doing.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding
of technical analysis.
Technical analysis.
Best of all.
I think I'm going to run to the bank here shortly.
On its turnaround since last year, with shares up more than 35% year over year. And the street will be looking for updates on those turnaround efforts, both in the numbers and in commentary from top brass. All right, time now for the tug of war on Boeing. For that, let's welcome back in our co-hosts Tom White and Kevin Hanks. It is bull versus bear time. Before we get to your example trades, got to get your thoughts on Boeing. Kevin, I'll start with you.
Boeing, that's 2 days in a row they pumped it.
The table on Kelly Ortberg.
Or it might be twice today.
What's your take now?
I still think that this is a company in the middle of a massive turnaround. However, those wiring problems that they encountered really hit the stock. Remember, the stock was over $250 in January and sold off to the 187 area before recovering here. So, listen, deliveries year to date, 143 so far, up 10% year over year. But the wiring problems that hurt it in March, it slowed some March deliveries, but not expecting to hurt deliveries for the full year. They are about to bring on a 4th production line. They are about to bring on the MAX 10 for the 737s. They're moving everything in the right direction and fixing the problems. I think, Tom, it's interesting. I looked at the expected move, and it feels small. It feels slight for what could happen. Look at what Boeing did the last earnings report, how it sold off. If they come out with good news, what could happen? It's only got less than a $10 move. I'm a little surprised at that. Now, that said, this is a company that I feel is recovering slowly but surely. But frankly, between us three, I felt that for a couple of years, frankly, and it hasn't happened yet.
All right, Tom, your take on Boeing.
Yeah, the hiring spree continues this spring for Boeing. They've added
Here it is.
100 to 140 workers.
The last right shoulder.
In their facilities in the Pacific Northwest. That's the highest rate of hires since about 2 years ago in 2024. What does that mean? Well, it means the fact that they need more planes out there. That frees up free cash.
Yeah, when I'm not doing too good of a day, I don't want to trade over trade.
A lot of people, a lot of investors and traders look at, when they look at Boeing, they need to get planes out the door because that increases their free cash flow. They've given estimates out to 2030 on these. Do they meet those? Well, they're trying to. And Kevin mentioned they're adding another line here. A majority of their planes are the 737 class at this point. And then you start looking at some other areas. Trump's going to China in May. Remember, they haven't bought planes. China has not bought Boeing planes for over 8 years. If they get this deal, which is reportedly around 500 planes initially, that could be billions of dollars for Boeing and add to their backlog at this point. And then the Iran war, if that conflict dissipates anytime soon, that restarts maybe deliveries from some of these Middle Eastern countries that have kind of stopped at that point and maybe not ordered any more at this point. So that's probably be a catalyst to the upside here. But you remember Kevin said that we sold off after those earnings in January. Well, think about it. We were hitting multi-year highs in January, above $254 a share. Maybe the bar was a little bit high there, but hey, you look at the stock, and we're up basically only about 2% in 2026 on this one. But Kevin's right. I think the fact that the anticipated market maker move, and that probably has something to do with the fact that the stock has rebounded about 11% so far this month. That's taken a little bit of air out of implied volatility. It's relatively low on a historical basis going into this report.
Okay, all right, let's get into the example trades. Let's start out with yours. Kevin, what's your approach?
So I did something in a bullish camp for a paper money trade, buying the 1 week diagonal, using that expected move to do about a $10 diagonal. So I bought the May 1st 220 call, basically at the money or about $1 in the money, and then I sold the April 24th, this week's 230 call. So there's in line. That's using the math in line with the expected move. Now, remember, the expected move, where implied volatility lies, the 1 day expected move, the expected move for the week, those are all part of the questions. Those aren't the answers to these questions. So we'll see when the earnings come out if this stock moves. But if they flood the zone with some good news and don't put in any bad news, that this stock could go, and it might go a little further than the expected move. United Healthcare just went way past their expected move. So it can happen. Remember, that expected move is part of the question, not the answer, Tom.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Bullish call diagonal here, just really short-term positioning in Kevin's example trade. Going out to that May 1st weekly option series that expires in about 9 days. Buy the 220 call. That's basically about $1 in the money. Got that higher delta, it reacts more like the stock. And against it, as Kevin mentioned, to use that 1 standard deviation that the option market's priced in, about plus or minus $9, and sold the April 24th weekly 230 strike call, bullish $10 wide call diagonal.
Yep,
here.
it ain't gonna work.
2 days to expiration, or 3 days to expiration.
Bringing it down to the last penny.
Expires on Friday at the close. You're paying roughly about a $5.25 debit. There's your risk, $525 per spread. So you're paying about half the width of this bullish call diagonal.
SUNH.
Now you can see here from the risk profile, you want it to go at or near about 230. Right, that's where you're going to be. You're going to see max profitability on this one. Anything above about 222, as far as
SLNH,
is going to be potential profitability. So on a percentage basis, you don't need that big of a move to the upside on this one. But using what is out there with the option markets pricing in at this point to kind of set up your strikes on this bullish call diagonal. Now, as you get closer to expiration over the next 3 days, you're going to have some assignment risk on that short option, but you'll also have that ability to potentially roll that short
spike and drop more
to the May 1st weekly option series, which would create either a if you use the same strike, a long call vertical also. But you definitely need to move to the upside on this one, taking advantage of those volatility levels in different option series on this one. Kevin's example, you're buying about a 48% implied volatility on aggregate in the 220 call that you're buying in May 1st weekly options, selling about a 67% implied volatility on aggregate in that April 24th weekly 230 call that you sold on this one. But you need a move, slight move to the upside for profitability on this one. Kevin, I went a little bit different on this one, a little bit less expensive, but still gives me downside exposure for a bearish example here, but still taking advantage of those implied volatility levels that I just talked about with your call diagonal to the upside. I looked at a put calendar to the downside using those same option series. Going out to the May 1st weekly options that expire in 9 days or 10 days.
Nice.
Buy the 210 strike put. That's out of the money to the downside by about $11, about that 1 standard deviation. And then selling the April 24th weekly 210 put. So 1 week wide put calendar to the downside. You're paying roughly about a $1.05 debit on that. Might be about a dime higher than that. But the debit you pay is going to be your risk on this one also. $105 in risk per spread on this trade. Now, I mentioned you want it to go at or near the strike that you're doing the calendar on, right? 210 is where you're setting up for the stock to fall down to, and that's the most max profitability you can potentially get on this trade. But you've got a range probably between about 200 on the downside and maybe 220 on the upside to still be profitable on this trade. So just like Kevin's call diagonal, where you just need a slight move to the upside, you just need a slight move to the downside to start getting into that range of profitability. But Kevin, this trade and this strategy takes advantage of the same implied volatility levels to lower the input costs on this, but this is definitely a bearish trade.
Yeah, think about this for our viewers. $10 on the upside with a diagonal. $10 on the downside with a calendar. What's the difference? Well, the calendar costs less money versus the diagonal, but the diagonal has a higher delta. That's the classic discussion between when to use a diagonal, when to use a calendar spread, Tom.
Yeah, that's a good point, Kevin, because on this one, if you get like a 2 or 3 standard deviation move to the downside, and this stock goes below maybe $200, that's when you start losing profitability, and you'll see that risk comes back into play on your call diagonal. Even if you get a 2 or 3 standard deviation move to the upside on that one, you're still going to be profitable because you paid less than or about half the width of that call diagonal. So there you go, Diane. Using the same option series, but one might be bearish on the put calendar. Kevin's bullish on the call diagonal.
All right, we'll see which one works. We've got earnings coming up from Boeing. Speaking of earnings, we've got cash checks coming up. We'll preview United's quarterly results. Those arrive after the close. Stay right here on Schwab Network Fast Market. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Alex.
I'm Dean. And I'm his mom.
Sometimes, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
I'm Sam Vardis, live from the New York Stock Exchange. When the market moves, we're on it. Getting the reaction, the strategy, and sentiment in real time. Stream Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis.
Technical analysis.
Directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch.
When are the Boeing earnings?
Head over to schwab.com
in the morning.
/coaching and start learning today.
No politics, no spin, just the market from open to close and beyond. Streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere at schwabnetwork.com.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, alongside my buddy Kevin Hayes, who's over at the SIBO. It's time now for our cash tag segment. For that, we want to bring in our next guest, and that is Andy Swan, co-founder of Likefolio, taking a look at United Airlines ahead of its results. Those come after the close of trading today. All right, Andy, I'm curious to know what sentiment looks like, especially because you had top brass from GE Aerospace, who was a little bit worried about the airliners because of these elevated oil prices. But what does sentiment look like right now?
Yeah, we can't speak too much to the input cost side of things, but from a consumer demand perspective, United Airlines looks phenomenal. Web visits are up 17% year over year, right there with Delta Airlines, trouncing the rest of the airlines. And a big part of that is just because of the premium services, premium seating that they offer to luxury flyers is really resonating. So if you think about the K-shaped economy, the top 10% of spenders are doing very well, willing to spend money, willing to travel. That's exactly who United has pivoted towards targeting, and it's really paying off. So when we look at the airline sector, we put United at the top. We think consumer demand continues to grow. The travel sector looks strong from a consumer demand perspective, but the unknowns are still out there as we head into earnings. It's the unknowns of the Trump administration, the Iran war, oil prices, all of that adds a lot of uncertainty to the name. But the one thing that we can be certain about is that United Airlines' premium strategy is working, and that the customers that this company targets are getting more robust with their travel plans and their willingness to spend on the premium placements that United offers.
Andy, I'm so glad that you mentioned Delta, because along with United, those two have clearly established themselves as the gold standard. Why? Because they figured out, they read the consumer right? Premium travel, international travel, and as little mess ups as possible. Now we know, we're old enough to realize that every airline goes through that phase where they're popular and then unpopular. The most popular used to be Southwest. They're trying to climb out of the hole now that they built for themselves, and they seem to be making some strides for that. But in terms of this company doing everything right, figuring out international, buying planes during COVID. Remember that big order that they put in during COVID? Now what are they doing? They're paying off.
I will be back.
Making their balance sheet more healthy. They're just like Ed Bastian and Delta. They seem to be doing everything right, running their airline the same way. And the fact that American is scoffing at the potential merger between United Airlines and American, don't put it to rest, Andy, because Ed Bastian said it in his first quarter earnings call. Some of these airlines have to merge because they're not making money, Andy. But Delta, United, gold standard for travel.
Yeah, absolutely right. Management expects that United's going to be the only airline to grow their earnings per share over the last year. So they've made the right bets. They're executing at a really high pace and a really high standard, and they're setting the standard really for the rest of the industry. So, as we go into this print tonight, I think that there's, all of Lightfolio data is saying this is going to be a good report, that they should have, from the consumer demand perspective, they should have a lot of optimism. What's going to hang over it is all the macro stuff that they cannot control and that investors cannot foresee. So this will be a big report for the entire sector. And I think that United Airlines has the best chance of any of the major airlines to come out of this earnings season with a gold star, if you will. They're doing everything right. They've made all the right bets.
Well, I was right about that pullback. Still kind of stubborn down here. Still falling wedge. Just widened up a little bit.
I'm joking. In all seriousness, I'm curious to know your earnings.
Stop joking.
Because listen, it has faced some pressure because of these high oil prices and the worries about the impact to consumer pocketbooks. We've got the expectations of earnings in the Buckle 8, which will be up from the same time a year ago. Revenue is expected to top $14.3 billion for United. What's your earnings score on this one?
Yeah, we're positive going into this earnings release, and I'll leave it to Kevin and Tom to structure a trade for all of us that gets us a defined risk, because the risk is definitely there, that they come out and say, hey, look, we don't have any idea what's going to happen with oil prices. We don't have any idea what's going to go on with these wars and some of these other decisions that may impact international travel. But what we can say is that the consumer loves United Airlines. The repeat customer factor is growing, and the base of those customers is growing very fast as well. So we're positive going into earnings, with the caveat that there are a lot of dark clouds out there that could provide some turbulence, if you will, going into this report. But yeah, we're positive going into earnings. We're going to be bullish on this one.
See if they get to some kind of cruising altitude after their earnings. Thank you, Andy. That's Andy Swan, co-founder of Lightfolio, with the latest look at United Airlines. Now, for the trading perspective of all things United, let's bring Tom back into the fold. Tom, you got some insights from the Folio team. Your thoughts before you guys jump into the example trade?
I like the way that Andy put that. They're bullish on it just because of their data says so, right? And they're executing pretty well, the premium international business travel. But at the same time, there are a lot of volatile headwinds, in jet fuel prices just being one of those also. But they've done a pretty good job with capacity. They haven't increased that, and that typically does well for the stock as they kind of pull back on some of their routes. But at the same time, you look at, they didn't have much exposure to the Middle East, just like Delta doesn't. I believe it's less than 1.5%. So that's a positive also. And one thing I'm looking forward to here, Kevin, is that there's no discussion about any potential UAL.
Seems like it's going to squeeze soon.
Merger, because I just don't ever see that going through the regulators. I know we've got a new administration, a little bit easier in that realm, but that cannot take place, or maybe will not take place, right?
You cannot, will not, or are you hoping it won't? Because, listen, I think the merger of these two, it would be a mammoth airline, make no mistake. But, you know, their justification, if you listen to their CEO, he thinks they need to compete with the European airlines and abroad. So there's justification. Do I think it's happening? I think it's a 25 delta that something like this happens. But I think there's still, for United by itself, there's still plenty of reasons to be bullish about this name. And here's a couple of them. Number one, right? Their main hub, Chicago, where we live, they just talked about bringing maximum flights from 3,000 a day to 2,700. Think about that. That's less capacity. We know what that does to prices. How about this one? When Delta's stock, after their earnings, is higher than it was. So they're puts in the sector risk for all this time. So I think that, yes, is there risk? Of course, there always is. But I think the fact that Delta stock is higher than than pre-earnings, and the fact that there's things out there that would reduce capacity, that counterintuitive thing for airlines, makes me do something modestly bullish, but still bullish. And that is the 1 week calendar spread, not the diagonal, but the calendar spread, Tom. I went with the May 1st, April 24th, 105 call calendar. In line, actually a little outside now because the stock's moved down slightly. Just outside the expected move of about, I see right now the 1 day move is about $5.70. So pretty close to right at the expected move, Tom. I put that in for $1.05, trading closer to 90 cents now, Tom. So for under $1, you could put in an upside play in United Airlines if all this good news overcomes, you know, the risks that are out there. But look at Delta's chart; it's higher since earnings.
Yeah, let's break this one down. Going back to that vol dispersion type of strategy here to the upside, but it aligns with Folio's data here. Going out to the May 1st weekly options that expire in 10 days. Buy the 105 call out of the money to the upside, and then sell that same 105 call in the near term April 24th weekly options that expire in 3 days and capture that earnings event. Paying roughly, we've got a $1.05 debit. That's where it was trading earlier. Trading closer to 90 cents, as Kevin mentioned, because the stock has moved further away from the 105 strike. But the debit you pay is going to be your risk. If you pay $1.05, $105. If you pay $90 or 90 cents, $90 per spread on this. You can see here from the risk profile, yeah, you want it to go up near 105, just over that one standard deviation move the option market's pricing in. But you've probably got a range of maybe about 98 on the downside, maybe 111, 112 on the upside to still be potentially profitable on this trade. So while it pinpoints the 105 strike, you got a decent range for potential profitability on this one trade. And we talked about that vol dispersion, Kevin, on the last strategies, the diagonal and the put calendar we did in Boeing. You're buying about a 69% implied volatility in that May 1st weekly 105 call, selling about a 95% implied volatility in that near-term April 24th. So that vol dispersion lowers the entry point price. But this is an inexpensive way low risk way to get some upside exposure in United Airlines. Now, as you get closer to expiration over the next 3 days, you're going to have some assignment risk on that 105 call, but the idea here is you sell the higher vol, buy the lower vol. You'll get a little bit of pullback in the options that you bought after the implied volatility levels. They historically come in pretty significantly post earnings, but you got positive time decay that's working in your favor. The idea here is stock moves up at or near that 105 strike for max profitability. So there you go, Diane. Setting up with Andy and Like Folio's outlook here for UAL post earnings.
That's the call calendar is the approach there. We'll see what it delivers after the bell. We've got the breakdown coming up, guys. We'll look at GE Vernova ahead of its earnings, which come tomorrow. That stock has been a big outperformer so far this year. We'll have more fast market after this break.
connected to the markets with Schwab Network.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com.
And on all your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on Schwab Network. I'm Diane King Hall, live on the floor of the big board. Before we get to the breakdown, let me give you a check of where market stand is. We get closer to the bottom of the hour. We still got markets under a little bit of pressure right now. We're off by about 1/3% in the S&P 500. Weakest segments, real estate, industrials, and materials. You still got some strength in energy and communication services. The Dow lower by just shy of 0.2%. So too is the NASDAQ 100. Small caps taking a step back, off by 0.5% right now. Shares of GE Vernova off to the races this year, but can that momentum continue? You've got BMO Capital saying it can. Yesterday, raising its price target to 1,110. That's up from 1,000. Meanwhile, Mizuho says, nah, it's got an $820 price target, which will be down from here. Keep in mind, that stock is up more than 50% this year, significantly outperforming the S&P 500. It's got a test in front of it with earnings due tomorrow. Analysts are expecting an uptick in both profit and revenue. Time now for the breakdown for that. Let's welcome in George Sillis, senior markets correspondent, taking a look at GE Vernova. All right, George, let's start out with, I guess, expectations for its results.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to some of the analyst calls, you can see there's a mixed bag of calls, higher and both lower, and I can see where the analysts are coming from, considering GEV has done extremely well this year. I mean, year to date, the stock is up, I think, 52%. Over the last year, it's more than doubled, 200%. If you look at EPS estimates for the quarter, they're actually quite high. $1.79 is the estimate
96% higher than last year for the same quarter, where the company generated 91 cents. And then sales, rather modest, $9.3 billion, up 16% year over year from $8.03 billion. And I think if you look at just the proudness of the business, one of the facts about the company is about 25% of total global electricity production comes from some technologies that GEV supplies the marketplace, and the backlog for the business is quite extensive. If you look at last quarter's backlog reported for the full year, $150 billion, again, pretty substantive relative to the $41 billion estimate. So we're talking about more than 3x the 3x of a full year's top line sales, with estimates ranging when it comes down to sales this year between 41 and 42 billion, and they're expected to increase that number to about $52 billion for the next fiscal year. So sales continue to increase, but what's interesting is the EBITDA margins for the business continue to inflate, and that's why we're seeing such a large percent rate of change for the EPS numbers year over year. Going forward, they're expecting 62% EBITDA margins growth-wise, which is quite substantial considering, again, the forward multiple right now around 43 times. So some of the analysts still see this company doing very well, essentially from the standpoint of the AI data center build-out, the tailwinds that are built there, the massive backlog, the share buybacks. They're buying back about $10 billion. And effectively, the margins have been expanding. So they're doing what they're doing very efficiently, and that's been rewarding shareholders, which are also, by the way, generating about a $2 per annum dividend.
What's the risk factor here for GE Vernova, especially given how shares have performed so far this year?
Well, I think that the risk is, and this is why I brought up the analyst calls between, some of the high ends over 1,000, 850 on the mid-level levels, because of the fact that the forward earnings multiple is quite high. Like I said, it's trading at 69 times this year's earnings, 43 times next year's earnings. Now, again, considering the EBITDA growth estimates for next year at around 63%, one would say it's trading between this year and next year's PE ratio. But again, it really comes down to, can they execute on those EBITDA growth estimates, which are quite high. So I think that's the hang-up that I see, and I think this is why, again, some of the analysts have a mixed bag of price targets relative to GEV, but nonetheless, pricing power seems to be very much intact. The AI secular tailwinds are there, and the trend just continues to the upside, but you have to be mindful that valuation, unless they execute fairly well, may be a little bit stretched.
Yeah, what's interesting is to see how the shares are moving going into its results, even with some weakness in the market today, because, to be fair, we had flip-flop, but as the market comes down, GEV is still holding on to a gain right now, up 1%, just above 1,000 right now, which we know sometimes there's some resistance when you see a level like that, even with you have these different analysts raising their view in terms of the price for shares. Final thought you want to leave us with, George?
Well, definitely. I think round numbers, very large round numbers, whether it was 7,000 on the S&P or $1,000 on a stock, they are psychological levels, and they certainly can present barriers to, to resistance, but they can also provide support if we do break above that level for GEV.
All right, thank you, George. That's George Silla, Senior Markets Correspondent, with the breakdown on GE Vernova ahead of its results. Let's get Tom and Kevin back in here for example trade purposes. So, Tom, this time you've got the example trade to GEV. What's the approach?
Well, you start taking a look at their backlog. I think George mentioned that by 2028 they expect those backlogs to double, basically at this point. So if you look at, the amount of power or energy needed, the U.S. demand is projected to be to climb about 75 to 100% by 2050 as far as energy demands go. So the turbine maker, the nuclear energy technology company that GE Vernova is, I mean, it looks like their outlook is there, and that's why the stock hit all-time highs today in the open market.
I'm back.
Stock's up over 215% over the
Still
last
there.
12 months, up over 53% just this year. So If you look at the option
End
market,
of the day run.
it's only pricing in about a plus or minus $39 move. That's less than 4% either way on a $1,000 stock here. Kevin, so I looked at a strategy that's really short term, takes advantage of maybe some consolidation. It gives me a cushion outside of that one standard deviation to potentially be profitable. But what you're looking for in this strategy is some consolidation. So I looked at a short iron condor that takes advantage of elevated volatility going into the event, hoping for some consolidation for the stock to kind of not move more than that plus or minus $39 move. So in the April 24th weekly options, 3 days expiration, short-term positioning on this, sell the 1055 strike call, and then buy the 1060 strike call. So a short $5 wide out of the money call vertical. And then on the put side, sell the 945 put, buy the 940 strike put. So short $5 wide, neutral to bullish put vertical. As a package, this four-legged spread with 2 out of the money verticals, you're collecting a credit of roughly 230. That's what it was trading earlier. Might be trading about $1.80 right now. But remember, the bid-ask spreads in each individual option within the strategy really wide, like $2 wide on each one of them. So it might say, the midpoint might say 175 or $1.80 as a credit that you can collect, but you start doing some price discovery and you might discover that you can collect 230 credit for this type of spread. But if you collect that 230 credit, that's what you can make, 230 bucks per spread, with risk at about $270, but that's below 940 or above 1060 on this trade. Break evens, Kev, on this one, 942.70 to the downside, 1057.30 to the upside. So outside of that $39 anticipated market maker move that the
Hey, we got another falling wedge.
Price discovery is key, Tom. When you look at a range of where it could fill or where the mid-market is, be really cognizant of price discovery. So, yeah, if you get it somewhere around 2 or 230, that's a big premium for a short iron condor. So, this level there, even 180 isn't bad. So, yeah, you're with such a high-priced name that has the potential to move. Iron Condor's trading at big, chunky values, Tom. But if it moves, that's where the risk is. A big move on the upside or a big move on the downside, Tom. The risk, though, defined.
GEV.
Strikes minus whatever credit you take in.
The idea here is to sell it for 230, let it go out worthless. You get to keep the 230, but we're going to see implied volatility levels get crushed post earnings most likely. That'll lower the price on it if you want to buy it back if the market's open. And positive time decay on this. Neutral strategy here, Diane, in GE Verona after this massive move to all-time highs.
All right, GE Vernova's example trade there. Iron Condor is their approach. Good stuff, Tom. Thank you so much for joining us today on Fast Market. I'm Diane King-Hall alongside Tom White and Kevin Hanks. Download the Schwab Network app. It's available in the App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Stay with us. You've got Next Gen Investing with Alex Coffey and Jenny Horn coming up.
So what is unique about Schwab coaching is the community.
There's a lot of energy, like-minded people are learning with you. You can just see and feel all the excitement around getting to learn a new topic.
Some of you want to get everything face-to-face with you and 400 or 500 of your closest friends.
Some clients like to be in the privacy of their own home on an online workshop, but still having that live interaction with the coach.
As I'm talking, questions are coming in from that live audience, and they help me fill in those gaps as an educator.
People learn differently, but all those ways we actually teach it all come back to the point of making a difference and helping you make progress.
And so that means not just giving you theory, it means giving you the practical implementation using our platform.
So we want it to be fun, we want it to be informative, and most of all, we want you to walk away with a skill set and independently successful in achieving your goals.
Really? Oh yeah, we got the Fed chair today too, getting interviewed. Well, I'm back to the 7100s now. See if we pop up off this squeeze. If you can count to 4, you might make a little bit more. But we got a wick on number 5. Might take a nosedive. Right there's number 5. That wick. Hit my support here on IWM. Everything's at a support level. We got a double bottom on the QQQ. Kind of just broke through it a little bit. Opened. It looks open in a while. Opens at 91. Let's open W. OPEN. God darn it. This is the one I was thinking about the other day. Oh, I missed it. I missed it. You dummy. No. Avis brings back the short squeeze. Novartis, Beyond Meat, join in. Very good. No, I didn't want that one.
again, enthusiasm of the Mac 7, this name's still actually amazingly so higher today. But we know that they're the latest name to add to their impressive gains. We know that this is all part of this deal with Anthropic. The arrangement will see the company investing up to $25 billion in Anthropic, which has agreed to then purchase more than $100 billion of Amazon's cloud services. But this is also lifted. I mean, a lot of these like other smaller names like Marvell is also adding to it's a really impressive rally on the back of this news, as many are seeing this as a computing deal for Amazon. That's good news for broader networking stocks. And so up about 1.5% today, as again, we're seeing continued AI optimism really fueling some of the bullish activity today. I also will say, and I know this is not maybe what's more important to the street, but it's an interesting component of Amazon to just really show its reach, frankly, and how big of a company this has become. They're also now launching a GLP-1 management under their One Medical program as a way to get into the very lucrative GLP-1 space. And so I know that, again, not as important as far as the overall race for AI spend, but it's still definitely a competitive edge. We forget about the fact they're a massive pharmacy business now.
And when it comes to Amazon, which I think is really a key difference between a lot of the companies that they compete with in more niche spaces, is Amazon can do that and make no money off of it, and it doesn't matter to Amazon.
Right.
But a Hims and Hers or some of these other platforms, that is the entire business. So if you're going to go head-to-head with Amazon, I think of a name like Chewy, which has kind of successfully done that in sort of the pet needs space. You have to do so with a premium offering through customer service or whatever it may be, because if it's just simply something where I can just buy it and have it delivered, it's hard to compete with Amazon. We've seen that throughout the years. But Anthropic, it's a huge partnership to have.
Golly.
The fact that right now,
Car's nuts.
When it comes to AI technologies, we've had a guest on recently that was sort of talking about the adoption wave, and some models suggesting that, although OpenAI still has that big kind of first lead, Anthropic is closing that gap, and they're doing so quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, it does also include like Amazon's Trainium chips, along with tens of millions of these Graviton cores, which are also right now expected to help the deployment and training of the Anthropic's AI models. So Anthropic is the place to be, it seems, as of late. And frankly, to Amazon's credit, AWS is also the place to be. They have been very busy in the last several months, and so showing that they are the biggest cloud provider in the world for a reason. I know that the concern has been losing market share to Microsoft or Google Cloud, but frankly, with more and more of these deals, and again, I mean, like $100 billion Anthropic is committing to over the long term, that is no small amount. I know we talk billions and billions and large capex figures all the time, but it's still, like, conceptually is as big as some companies in the overall market, just I would say actually much larger than most companies, frankly, in that market, just the amount Anthropic is investing in Amazon. So a wild development, but continuing to see Amazon actually with some nice performance today. Now, our next name today here is Intel. Now, Intel does report its first quarter earnings this Thursday after the closing bell. So naturally, we are seeing some analysts come in, update their coverage ahead of this report. I will say pretty optimistic, though, as far as at least the sell side today is concerned. BNP Paribas upgrading shares to neutral from underperform, $60 price target. So this is the less optimistic of the notes. Obviously does not imply any upside from where we're currently trading. But they did say that better 14A data points have raised their expectations for that success. Well, the takeoff of agentic AI is driving strong demand for their server chips. So not really a whole lot there behind, I mean, what some of the more neutrality is, but then HSBC with a more bullish call, upgrading shares to buy from hold with a price tag of $95, up from $50. So, I mean, a substantial raise at that. Noting that while foundry deals have driven this near 60% rally in shares, Intel's significant server process momentum is not priced into the stock, and the firm does believe that CPU upside is now more than enough for Intel's earnings growth, as foundry uncertainty does remain relatively sound despite improving sentiment. And they did say that Intel has game-changing server CPU potential starting in the second quarter, noting the company's server CPU shipment growth and price hikes have led to this significant upside to their earnings potential. So Analysts, no surprise, a bit more mixed on Intel. We have 8 buys, only one strong buy actually per FactSet that I was pulling from. 34 holds, 4 underperforms, and 1 sell. With an average price target right now that actually would imply some slight downside. And to my surprise, maybe I just haven't been following Intel amid the memory stock craze. This thing now trades at a forward PE of 129 times. So we need to see some growth from Intel, to put it lightly.
Yeah, no doubt, and it's not really expected to be shown yet. This is a situation where sentiment changed. And
Sentiment.
We spent a lot of time at the end of last
It didn't hold.
kind of looking back
Again.
Like I said, you know, last year really emphasized to me the importance of just the story and whether or not the street believes in your company and your story. Intel is the exact perfect mascot for this message. Nothing has truly changed in terms of Intel today.
Does it ever stay the same?
Plans are trying to turn things around, but they're not necessarily that much closer than they were a year ago. But there's investment from the U.S. government, and there's confidence now that they're going to do that. It's not going to show up in the numbers yet, but there's a belief in the plan, and Intel has gone 3x and then some from those lows last year, and it's done so in a hurry. So it's certainly an important earnings time this week. I'm looking forward to that Thursday after the close. I think it could, you know, sneakily be one of the events of the week.
I do too, especially again, given the run-up we've seen in shares and all of the various mixed opinions. It always does then poise for an interesting move, at least post those results. But to shift into another name that actually trades at a relatively high multiple, that is CrowdStrike here, with KeyBank upgrading shares to overweight from standard weight. Price tag up $525 a share, which would imply, 21% upside from where we closed on Monday. So KeyBank analysts did argue that CrowdStrike is still at the heart of the AI debate when it comes to cybersecurity, and they do believe investors should bet on AI being a boon for the stock rather than a threat. But the hot topic in cybersecurity has been, of course, Anthropic's Mythos AI model, which is supposedly so capable that the company has deemed it too dangerous to release to the public.
Tesla's coming to my support.
So while speculation over Mythos is clear, cyber capability.
We got Tesla coming to my support. AMD was rising wedge. Amazon coming to a double bottom. Bind is pulling back. Oh, what was that? Tesla. Well, I wish I knew how they were talking in that meeting. We got a new low on Mr. Coin's at an interesting spot. And Google, the coin, we got a triple bottom coming up here. There it is right there. Support on coin. And Google dropped a little bit more. You see the option on coin. Gemini Titan sued by New York for prediction markets allegedly being illegal gambling. Coinbase Global, Gemini Titan sued. New York AG files suit against Gemini Titan. Coinbase Financial Markets. Coinbase run illegal gambling operations? No, I don't know. I don't want to trade that. Never mind. Remember, we've had a real huge run for 3 weeks. Look at that run. I don't like this chart for long time frames. See, a gap play would be right here if it was going to go down that far. I think we'd have to have some bad news. Right now, we could drop another 40 points to the 50. And the kitchen's making ice for me. That's one thing I've never been able to make. Well, one thing I can do is lighten it up for a reversal. Looking at the 7,100 calls. Well, I'm 2 for 4. Today I'm batting 500%. When I usually at 90.9. I don't know what to do but take my time. I'm not willing to lose another dime. Just taking up my time. Well, I went to the bank to withdraw $100 to give to my little sister. She's going to Vegas. She likes to travel, but she's always broke. I never buy her smokes, or will I buy her dope? But I'll give her $100 to have a fancy meal. Oh, what a deal for my little sister. I'll be leaving here later and take her to the airport. I'm glad to get rid of her. It's worth $100. Catch Trump tweet. We could have a nice bounce back if Iran agrees. They're interviewing a new chairman for the Fed, you see. The guy is smart and he's all full rich, but the Democrats, all they do is bitch. Take the calls and run this sucker up, you'll see. I'm ready to take a trade for you and me. We had us a triple bottom. Oh, I can see you're nothing but family. Oh yeah, that's a quad bottom. That's a number 5. Uno, dos, tres, cuatros, seis. I think it's seis. Uno, dos, tres, cuatros, cinco, seis. Ziente. I can't find my bear mask. Always filthy, may I help you? I'm always filthy, may I help you? Prepare. We're starting to cross the 9 in the cloud. It's right on time. Okay. See, there's the 9, and the 21. That means you'll get a squeeze. 3 black crows and a hammer, but that ain't meant shit today for a small bounce. You got 3 black crows. See, you got, look at these 3 black crows. 3 black crows, tweezers at the bottom. 3 black crows, a hammer. 3 black crows, another hammer. It's right in a row. 3's a charm. I didn't think about that. I got 3 rows of 3 black crows. Ain't that a charm? The 7100 strikes. Don't set your alarm. You can grab 'em on the step and take a chance. Let's take this trade and go out on a date and make some romance. I got the triple crows. Listen to 'em bark. $115. Come on, get back to $1. Might just go ahead and start taking off without me. I got to get 1 green trade. I've had 2 red ones. It's not fun. I don't have 2 red trades in a day. The talks were successful. All of a sudden, Iranians became Christians and believe in democracy. Well, we used to be a democracy. Let's try it again. Okay, we're coming back to the 9 here. Jim says he's going to give it a shot. This is risky business. I got the 7,100 contracts at $1. I'm not streaming? Sure? I'm streaming. Oh. Oh. Can you hear me now?
Again, I will say this name has a pretty impressive track record with earnings being, just relatively favorable. Obviously not doing much to dent the extremely nice uptrend we've been in for the last year plus.
Oh, I'm not streaming my charts. Oh.
But we'll leave it there.
shit. Blew a 9 now. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine.
For instant reactions, earnings breakdowns, and hot takes that teach you about stocks and markets, follow me on X at @NPetalides and connect with me, Nicole Petalides, on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute market insights.
Oh my darling.
Live from Chicago, this is Trading 360. I'm Marley Hayden. We track macro forces, market trends, and company news that
Let's go. Let's break. Let's get a big old bounce.
from inflation data to sector rotation, earnings to policies. Comprehensive view of the market every trading day. Trading 360, in-depth market coverage straight from Chicago. Weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Schwab.
Can we make it 3 for 2 today? 3 for 5. I've got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? Got a booger in my nose, won't you pick it? Hands to my toes, the booger in my nose, booger in my nose, won't you pick it? I'm at 120. Let's get to the 63. That ain't too far for me. I see a yin yang at a double top. Let's take it to that red line, 63 or not. You could sell it for $200 if you got 10. Take a grand for the win. 70, 78, 12 is our target. That's $6 from here. I love you, dear. Let's go, baby. 135. What I'm playing is a Taylor guitar, bought in Winfield, Kansas. Nice guitar. I'm at 140. It'd be nice to take this all the way back up to the top. I'm gonna have to 55. I'm gonna have to learn how to do a 60. I'm gonna have to learn the Trump impersonation here. Well, it'll be fine. Just like I said, we're running up and hitting the 50 SMA and the 63. Did anybody take this trade with me? I was afraid, Jim. We're at $700. That don't suck. Take some profit off the table if you're able. The single day trader does it again. Years ago, about 10 years ago, I was called the singing day trader. It might have been a little longer than that. You're at resistance. But if I held these and the thing ripped, you could sell right here and buy you a can of beer. Take the day off. Take the day off. You hit those 50 SMA, dear. You can take the day off. Take the day off. No one can call these trades out like me. Take the day off. See, we got 3 black crows, 3 black crows, 3 black crows, 3 black crows. And it started having 3 black crows on the way up. I don't know if that means anything. We're squeezing between these two. 9 just crossed the 21. Now it's back to 140. Hardly moved at all. I'm not at the age where I take a book when I gotta go poop. I still don't take a book. Some people take their cell phones and they don't wash their hands. Talk to the germs in a day's span. But I bought a book to learn. Yes, I did. I'm gonna tell you a story. His name is Willie Wiper. Willie Wiper wrote the poop book. All he wants you to do is learn. Let's break the 63. Purdy, purdy, please. Oh, yes, you can do it. Just a little push. Let's look at the tape. You don't even have the tape up, you idiot. How to become a good tape reader? You can't really tell. The only thing you can look at is buys and sells when you're looking at the SPX. The green are the buys and the red are the sells. If they start looking a little bit more than the sellers, that means you might be a little bullish. I used to use the level 2. There's 3 different kind of levels 2s. I got the regular level 2, the NASDAQ full book level 2, and then the Batson Edge full book. That you can see on the SPY. Now we're back at 170. So I'd use the level 2 along with the tape. Now look where the orders are congested. You know, they're all in 25s. So it's really not a big wall. Right around 63 is the resistance, and right around 16 is the first resistance. We broke that. Now we're breaking out. Oh, looky. Oh! What? 580? You shit. Damn it. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my. Thank you very much, Lord. I was blessed. Did anybody take the trade? Tell me you did. Tell me you did. Woo! 420, baby. Oh my, that's $3,000 right there. $4,000, $3,000. Fuck. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That's what you are. Anybody take that trade? Oh no. That is crazy right there. Look at them suckers. Oh, Lordy, Lordy. I just made $3,000. Randy. All I had to hear was some good news from the talks. Iran peace talks in Pakistan. That's where we found Bin Laden. He was a bad man. He killed a few people with his bare hand. And Obama started the Arab Spring. That caused a lot of chaos. It caused a lot of chaos. Biden became his puppet and he opened the borders. That was Obama's doing. That was Obama's doing. Man, I don't know what to say. It tells you one thing. I mean, that... Take a break, Jim. Your adrenaline is a little bit too rough. Unbelievable. Did you hear me get into the puts? Randy! You dog! Wow. Nancy, I need a shot of vodka and a Valium. A little bit of insider trading will do me good, baby. So I asked Nancy. She was in the bathroom taking a shit. And I said, baby, wipe your ass and get in here for a bit. Get some rum in the fridge and a Valium. Give me a neck massage. Wash your hands first. Nothing's better than having a wife named Nancy. Get the connections when you're Speaker of the House. Who has the coattails in this house? I'd say Nancy do. If she wants some ice cream, I'll load her up a scoop or two. Nancy, get out of the bathroom and wash your hands. I need some vodka and a Valium right now. I got in the snake. I saw a row of crows, and I decided to jump in. It was against my wind, but I had the wind on my back. That ain't no slack. The 9 crossed the 21. I'm ready to have some fun. Okay. As I warm up my songwriting skills and get back to the old days, I probably wrote 15,000 songs. Okay. Man, what a tense day. That was beautiful. Vance will depart from Istanbul on Wednesday morning. The Iranians want to make a deal. You can't trust them. Especially if they've been negotiating with Putin and Ping, ex-Ping. And Russia got into Afghanistan, had a 10-year war, and got beat. They definitely have depleted their inventory. So China has a huge buildup, probably giving them stuff. Were you able to get out okay? Rufflestiltskin? Very good. Okay. At least you didn't say F. You held your composure. You just said, what the fuck? I know that ain't funny. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. It ain't going to happen again. Now, throughout life, we have our ups and downs. We have people that we love separate from us. Always said that people need a second chance. So if you have a loved one that you're separated apart from this weekend, throw out an arm and say, I miss you. Man, that was cool. That was really nice. I told you that music would bring back the charm, wouldn't it? Good job learning to trade from the master. I could have got another 500,000 bucks out of that trade. Actually, more than that. No, 1,000 bucks. Oh. I almost think I could change them filters out. I'll tell you who I got a crush on. Gina. I have the hots for her. Hope she keeps her hair like that forever. Okay, here we go again. Another pullback. SPY pulled back. It's gained support. Here we go again. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. 3 black crows. Yes.
Important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings. So that would be a further downside area to watch. I don't care about the tangible data that you extreme and trusted management.
Come on. Oh yeah. Three black crows in the corner of the love. Black crows in the corner of the love.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and we've seen some back and forth action, and stocks are under pressure. We have a lot going on with each headline pertaining to Iran. In the meantime, we have a tech spotlight for you today. We'll take a look at the biggest names in software ahead of some of the big earnings that are due out, including IBM and ServiceNow later this week. You'll want to hear what our guest has to say. Our watch list panel is set to dive in to the latest when it comes to the defense names and earnings, and we'll look at GE and many others. And the next round of the U.S. and Iran peace talks, which were set to begin, well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. Right now, J.D. Vance still in Washington, but the New York Times reports that the trip has not been canceled. In the meantime, big moves. Tom White is standing by and has real trades, real options trades to highlight. AT&T, Tractor Supply, and Amazon, which has gotten some good comments from Cantor Fitzgerald today. In the meantime, check it out. We were talking about the 13-day run.
Damn, baby. Woo!
Yesterday snapped that run, and then we were back in green today. But as the talks seem to be postponed at the moment or on pause, then we saw markets turn into the red. The SP right now is 7083. The low on the day was 7062. So about 20 points up off the lows. The tech and Nasdaq's down 36 points, and the Dow's down 130 points. And most of the sectors are in the red. Real estate, utilities. As we take a look at some of these sectors, I mean, energy is green, and that is as oil's at 91.71, and that has been gaining. I mean, I think that's worth noting that oil has been moving higher throughout the day. But as you can see, some of the big names in the Mag 7 are down, some of the staples are lower, but it mostly is red today across the board. I mean, you have some story stocks, and you can take a look at the futures right now. We're seeing crude oil there at 89.24 the barrel. The big one says 91, so the point is that it's not barrel today. 47.33 for gold, that's down $95. The 10-year bond yield at 4.30, the US dollar 98.17, and Bitcoin. We're going to be talking about crypto today later in the show. Bitcoin's at 75,675, down 1%. All right, 2 hours left in the trading day pretty much. We want to examine the trading environment, and we talk about some of the market moves that we've been seeing. Diane King Hall is with me, and one of the big stories that we knew was going to be a big one today is Kevin Warsh talking to the Senate Banking Committee. Some of your thoughts on that?
So I feel like you heard me listening to it earlier. I know everyone was tuned into this confirmation hearing. He had his feet held to the fire in this hearing. A lot of questions.
Man, what a trade. Another good one.
Independence and interest rates and the path for that.
So let me tell you what I saw here. Now the market's got a little bit of momentum. And we got a few chickens out there, not us, but they might have been a little bit insecure to take the trade. So we kind of
He didn't ask for it, he didn't demand it, he didn't require it, and nor would I have ever done so. That is one of the quotes that stood out to me with regard to that. He kept being asked about that again and again, about rates. Would he run an independent Fed, or would he bend to White House pressure, essentially? It's, he's seen as one of the potentially most market
Three Black Crows, hammer, tweezer bottom off the 50. So the 50 is a strong, slow moving average compared to the EMAs. That's why I have kind of a mixture on here, and I use the most important ones, the institutionals that use the 50, the 21, and I don't have the 21 EMA on here, SMA on here, but I use the 200 and the 50, because I used to trade when I first started, when the 50 crosses the 200 SMA, it was called a golden cross. And when the 200 crossed down over the 50, it was called a death cross. Now it's a slow moving average. So I don't know how it would react. I've never really tested it in the EMA category. Have like the 50 and the 200 EMAs would be a faster acting moving average. What do we have in okay, get back to so we come running up here to a double top for the exit idea. Now she's pulled back again. So I'm kind of bullish now that we had this little breakout. So we pulled back into what you call a head and shoulders. This could be looked at as a neckline. And that came off of the head and shoulders. So it came back and retested that shoulder line. So I had the right shoulder, the 50 SMA, 3 Black Crows, tweezer top, and a hammer. I had 5 reasons to take that trade. Does that make sense to anybody? Say yes. Someone say yes. Yes, we got a yes. When I get 5 reasons to take a trade, and I didn't know I had 5. As far as I knew, I had 4. And then when I seen that we touched back to the inverse head and shoulders, I mean, come here. That was a no-brainer. So I would have probably loaded up more instead of just 10. Especially on this bottom one. I mean, that was a risky one. That's the big dollar one right there. This one ran up about $1.50. I'm always trying to keep my limit under 1,500. This was the upstairs vent, and then upstairs. I wiped them down this morning, the dust on the casing. But the date said 9/25 September.
week. So let's weigh in on some of the biggest names here on Wall Street. Still to come, also big moves. Tom White is standing by with some real options trades for AT&T, Tractor Supply, and Amazon. That's all coming up.
I did not look at the downstairs one. I'll do it tomorrow. Wipe the dust off of them if there is any. So now we got a new Head and Shoulders, or we do a double bottom, or we hold the 50. The 50's been a support level, a pivot point, resistance, support. So I used the moving average like I said before, and it failed. Now, it hadn't failed yet. That body closes above that 50. Or it can come down and touch the right shoulder one last time, but I'd like to see it do a higher, or at least break even right here, do a higher low. You got a snake, breakout. You got inverse Head and Shoulders right here. Depends on what that candle's going to do. So 5 minutes. If you're new to trading, I want you to learn how to paper trade first and build up confidence. Is that right, Randy? I know you're not here. Randy? His work starts to pick up. People are working on projects in their yard and stuff. Thanks for not getting too political in the room. Not saying that, you know what I mean. Makes my day a whole lot fun.
Real-time access, data-driven analysis, from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots. Watch live, subscribe free at schwabnetwork.com. We are back right here on the watch list watching CrowdStrike. It's moving higher today after KeyBank upgraded the shares to overweight with a $525 price target. It's at $448 today. The firm sees Mythos as a catalyst for accelerating AI-driven cybersecurity demand. The stock is up more than 15% this month, gaining 3.5% at the end. Well, it's a big week for the tech earnings. And there's a look at some of the names on the move, right? Looking at Oracle, Microsoft, Synopsys, ServiceNow, Palantir, all in the green. Not AppLovin, though. That one is to the downside. But the rest of them are showing some nice moves here because it's a big week of tech earnings. We're getting deeper into our tech spotlight. Gil Luria, Managing Director, Head of Research, DA Divisions with us. DA Davidson is with us. It's great to see you, Gil. Thank you so much for being here. Some of your thoughts and expectations. I mean, it's amazing how the IGV was sort of left behind and then tried to make a comeback, and it really has made a nice move, right? I mean, when you look just recently, it's up 8%, 9% just this month.
Yeah, I mean, the IGV in the software sector, almost in its entirety, took a really big hit based on the notion that AI would be very disruptive, and in fact, many of the companies wouldn't do well in the era of AI. As we get closer to earnings, though, investors are back to focusing on those numbers, which should be good. These companies set pretty low expectations for the year, and now they have an opportunity to exceed them. Starting this quarter and going forward, especially on the bottom line. Let's not forget, AI means these companies can deliver their product for a lot less than they used to because they have more software engineers than anybody else, and that's the profession that's becoming so much more productive. So these companies are set up well for earnings, and that's being reflected more in the upward trend on these share prices.
And we're seeing most of these names higher. Not Google, but Oracle, Palantir, IBM, also Salesforce, Microsoft, all without hours. Can we talk about OpenAI and Anthropic and how those two companies impact ServiceNow's business? Tell me a little bit about what's going on there.
Well, they impact all of the software businesses because right now, or up until now, software at the enterprise level was used by
What we have is a bull flag. Some might call it a bear.
and these agents aren't necessarily the agents the software companies are providing. They're more likely to be agents from
It's a real solid support.
OpenAI. So the whole landscape is changing, and that's true for ServiceNow.
It's on the 5 minute. See, 5 minutes more difficult for me to read. This is going to be our pivot point. We're not going to take the trade until it breaks past. Okay, we want this to break past. And then once it breaks past, we want it to pull back. Do you understand? We want it to break or we take it to resistance, but now you're hitting the pivot point. So, and still could play the 7,100 strikes and buy one or two, but I want to wait. I want to see if I should be the Fed because I can predict the future. I don't have to read the past like pow pow. There, see the knife? Now, let's get in it. 145. I only had 2 contracts, so I'll add if it dips again. 145 at 2 contracts. 145 at 2 contracts. We're back at 145. Well, it's time to write another song. This one is about trading egos. I got the biggest. This is not me. I'm narcissistic. I got big old ego on the top of my head. I'm the best trader in this world. Gotta write a rhythm to the head to lay in bed. Took a trade in a call. I got in real cheap. I'm down 50 bucks. I'm down 80 bucks. Come on now. Hold that shoulder line. I need you to hold the shoulder line, please. And I'm adding 2 more a buck. Now I have 4 contracts. And I got 2 at 145 and 2 at a buck. Oh, I got a song I want to hear while I'm trading this. I can't remember the guy's name. Can y'all hear Gina talking in the background? YouTube? Could y'all hear Gina talking on the YouTube? Over and over again. Come on, baby. It's not working my way. Take a drink of apple cider. As I look at the slashiest, I notice that is under the V-Wop. I got 3 black crows with a spinning top. It needs to break past the V-Wop, you'll see. Just wait and see. I got him at 145 and a buck. It don't suck. Break that V1. Take me to the moon. Fly me in a jet, take me on a yacht, make my bed. Wanna go on vacation, will you all help me? I'll take it to Jamaica, Negril Beach. Well, I tell you, little fella, it's not working out too well right here. We've got 85 cents. Okay, beast. Duplicate. I'm not going to give up. Not today. I'm way in the green now. I have a little money to play with.
And Toll and KB Home are also gaining nearly 1% on the day.
Just ultimately giving the customer the best plumbing experience.
This up the road. piss up a rope.
You can pass up a rope and you can put on your shoes, hit the road, get trucking. Pack your bag, I don't need to act. On your knees, you big booty bitch, start sucking. You ride my ass like a horse in a saddle. Now you're up shit's creek with a turn for a battle. And I can't cope a piss up a rope. You can pass up a rope and you can put on your shoes, hit the road, get drunk. Pack your bag, I don't need to ag. On your knees, you big booty bitch, start sucking. You ride my ass like a horse in a saddle. Now you're up shit's creek with a turn for a battle. And I can't go a piss up a rope.
Yeah. Piss up a rope, man. Come on, man, do it for me. It's taking too long. Now see, we never did really have just one body under that trend line. So I didn't give up on that. There we go. It just needs to bounce. I'm a little bit out of the money now. All that waiting kind of threw my balance out. So I got a whistle in my voice when I speak. That was a whistle there. Well, I'm down just a bit. I need to run back to the top. Can we break those 63 EMA? I see 3 white soldiers, and the first one was an inverted hammer. Can we take on and make back for this loss? Can I take it back to the top? Well, the 100 and the 50 was waiting for me. I need a few more pennies to make me free. That's a nice baritone sound you have, James. I'm at 115. Break it. Break it. I need to break it. $130. Break it. I got 4 tiles I got to replace upstairs when we had that little leak from the ice melt. I ain't seen a leak since from that. We've had a few good rains. Right now I'm even. I really like to see this thing break. We're kind of at a resistance. Number 4 Can you give me a little bit more, please? 1 2 bits, 3B4. That's a fallen wedge. Could add 4 more to this at 90 cents. If I think it's going to hold. My sister should be coming up pretty soon. I don't want to be in a trade by then. Have you left yet? It's an hour drive. You can park in the lot. Okay, Jimmy's going to take a chance, and then if it don't work, he's going to get out of this romance. I'm still in, well, yeah, I don't know. So, I don't know. Oh, I don't like that. That brings me back down to here at 70.75. Come on, man, work. It's just sitting here, and I don't like that. Which has been losing a lot of money for just sitting here. It just keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. I'm at 70 cents, 65. We're cut the top of the flag. We're at the top of the flag. And the stock drops. I'm going to have to add big here if we break. I went against my best judgment. pork rind.
Trades on Wall Street, and Tom White is taking a look at this. We're looking at AT&T and Tractor Supply and Amazon. We'll be right back.
AT&T, TSCO. Yeah, TSCO might be a good one. What's that other cat? TSCO. Come on, trade.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we.
Wow. What's going on here? Earnings.
Stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets.
Upbeat earnings. Aerospace. Oh, it's aerospace.
No matter the hour.
Tractor Supply says pet supply demand falls as shoppers prioritize value. Now, let me tell you one thing. Most people I know that have pets don't downgrade on their dog food. They don't downgrade. They might buy them less toys, but when it comes to feeding a dog or a cat, or they always they have to buy what food is best that fits your dog's digestional tract. I had a Boston Terrier that they're kind of sensitive to what they got to eat. It's always mixed up with some good food and a little bit of a wet can, not much, but just a little bit in there. But I think he wore the same collar for 10 years. I had to buy a couple different leashes. The waist collar, that goes around their chest. I wouldn't recommend a neck collar to anybody. So when they said that, I don't know. Yeah. I've had pets all my life, but that last dog I had, that was something different. I don't think I could ever have another pet. My life, I didn't take any vacations. I took one in 10 years. I couldn't move, I had job offers. Good job offers. But I'd had to move for both New York, and I didn't want to go to New York. And then the other one was over in some Mexican place over there, Mexico, to work with John McAfee. He kind of was interested, and then he finally said no. I'm glad he did, because he was bad news. That man was. I still believe he's alive today. But he did so much drugs, he got to where he was freaking out on everything. He was into pennies, and he got this job, CEO or board member or CEO of this penny stock. There's this crypto meme stock. I can't remember the ticker. So I emailed him. I said, let me chart it for you. I want to be your chartist. We'll buy the dips. He emailed me back. It's okay, let me check you out. I didn't give him too much information. And finally he said no. I said good. Because that's when I found out that he was wanted for murder. Here we go. All right. Oh, shit. That's not good. All right. 420, baby. Anybody take that trade with Bobo? Unbelievable. I mean, you sit and wait. Randy. 122 to 420, please. Ching ching. I'm gonna have a $10,000 day. Booyah. Booyah. I'm gonna have a $10,000 day. Oh, booyah, yay. Gonna trade all night. You know what's coming up, don't you? It's down to 115. Somebody's catching on. Somebody's catching on. Boo-ah-boo. Never found a four-leaf clover to bring this luck to me. Rabbit foot, no lucky star, witchy tree, but I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. Ooh. Rainbow round my shoulder, no horseshoe on my door. But I got news for hold me tight. Who could ask for more? I got lucky. I got lucky when I traded you. I was rolling around with all my fingers crossed. I'm afraid the love I found just might get lost. She tell me that you love me, ups and make my day. They don't know that I'm good luck is really here to stay. I got lucky, I got lucky when I traded you. All this running around with my fingers crossed, I'm afraid the love I found just might get lost. Tell me that you love me, lips and make my day. Know that my good luck It's really here to stay. I got lucky. I got lucky. When I traded you, I got lucky. I got lucky. But I traded you. Yeah. Now, you could have sat in there and took that 110 and run it up to 2 something. 220 just now. Look how beautiful that is. Oh, man. Oh, boy. That was nice. I'm sitting here, you know, I'm down 45 cents, 35. And I just go, do I have a chance? I was out of the money 5 or 6 notches, and I'm going, no, I don't like being down here at this close of the day. It is now Power Hour, brought to you by Washboardjim, the founder of the Sneaky Snake Trading Strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. How do you like it? I'm getting my voice back. Kind of baritone right now. It took me a few months, but I'm getting it there. $2.80, and we just broke out of a new high. Yabba dabba doo, 320, 340. Yeah. Whew. Slash ES has a double top to break right here. Slash ES has a double top to break. Yeah, I'm having a good day after 2 bad trades. Two-minute chart on oh yeah, 200 EMA. Break that, we got 70.9746. We have some resistance here on the SPX on the 2-minute. Brought to me by Bug. That's a clean chart. Looking at the 2-minute, it's a lot cleaner than the 1-minute. Maybe a 2-minute would be a good one for people to learn. That's real clean. Yeah, I'm checking on you.
I'm trying to get out of here.
Okay, your time's wasted.
I know, I'm freaking out.
Now don't freak out. You should be ready. I'll see you soon. You can park here, unless you want to go straight to the airport.
You told me to go to the airport.
No, I told you to come over here and park the car.
You told me to park it at the airport.
No, you can park it here.
Okay.
Unless you want to park it at the airport.
No, I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't have money to park it at the airport.
You didn't tail it. Get over here.
Huh?
I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, bye.
Bye. /ES kind of has a ascending triangle breakout pattern, kind of. If I use the wicks. If I use the bodies, it's a rising wedge. Man, I'm happy. It's weird how your day can go from, oh gosh, it's dragging on. Then all of a sudden you get these real cool pops and you're up $3 or $4 a contract. Man, it's like $1,200 like that. I only had 4. I could have bought 20 more down there at 30, 40 cents. And that would have been a killer play. That would have really done it. That would have set me up. I just don't want to push my luck anymore. Been here too many times. Oh. Now I'm just 2 notches out of the money on the 7100s. I'm not in them, but I'm going to go take a leak. Okay. Oh yeah, there it goes. To the 200, like Jimmy said. Well, we had a fallen wedge. It's better than a wedgie. It run all the way to the 200 SMA. We had a fallen wedge. It run up and broke out. Turned it into a wedgie at the 200 SMA. Thank you very much. Elvis Presley. We had a fallen wedge. We had a fallen wedge. Yeah. Unbelievable. That's what you are. Well, I tried again. I think we're going to have another breakout. Okay. Oh, wow, what happened here? I missed that trade. I did say they were going to move up. Oh, man, that was a beautiful one right there. Oh, shoot. 2 something to 480 in those few candles. We're at the VWAP on the /ES. Tweezer top after 3 white soldiers. Looks like we could hit the 63 on the /ES. Oh, here we go. Can we get, do we need one more? Okay. We get 5 this time. Give me one more candle. One more red candle, please. Oh, this is a double bottom. Shit. Oh, no. That would have been okay. Well, oh, we might get it. No. What time is it? I'm not going to trade anymore. I think I just need to give it up. But if it comes down here, I might. See, we didn't break the VWAP that much, but we're at a solid support here. Man, if it was... $125. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna get $1 or 110. There we go. 105. 105. Off the 100. God. Now we're at the 200 on this stupid thing. $105 and 70. Now I got 10. 3 black crows, actually 4. Got 105 and 70. I get out now at 90. Holy moly! Now I'm green. Could get out here and be happy. Let's see if we get a pop. I doubt it. Hello?
Hey.
Yep.
I want to smack her.
What? Who?
Your mother.
What? What's going on?
She was just coming up with all kinds of bullshit and hiding my stuff so I couldn't find it and distracting me in the middle of shit where I couldn't find anything.
Are you on your way?
Yeah, I'm at Bolivar.
Okay. Do you want to come over here? Or well, I guess you have to come over here and drop the car off.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Very good.
See you later.
Yep. Bye.
Bye.
Call me when you get into town.
I will.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm out. I'm not taking a big loss for this. 3 red trades today. And those weren't bad. So I'm done, definitely now. Watch this beach. Woo! Damn. I bet they'll mention them emergency exit lights. That's the only thing I can think of. Always clean as Jim. That's what I thought.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? What took you so long? See, I know you're a scammer. And God's going to catch up to you one day. And you're not going to go to heaven. You're going to be a bad girl. Very bad girl. Well, it's 11 more minutes to go. Hey. My phalanges are cold. I'm gonna make sure I get this Springfield airport. I always have trouble going into this airport. Terminal map and guide. Well, how do you get inside, get to it? Airline ticket counter. There's a picture. Passenger pickup. We got questions. Where's passenger pickup? Upon arriving, VIA or surefire directions. Vision Street. Airport Boulevard. Drive West Kearney. Straightforward. Typically takes 5-10 minutes. Onto Airport Boulevard. Follow signs to the terminal. The airport is located roughly 5 miles. Boulevard, Kearney Street. Airport Boulevard. Okay, well. George.
But nonetheless, you know, looking at the parabolic moves at times, it would be nice to back to a 10-period moving average for some better entry points. So keep in mind it's moved quite aggressively. So has TD SINEX, by the way, symbol SNX. You'll look at them very parallel in nature. But nonetheless, the analyst high on the street now is 33, and that's RBC. Low analyst 23. So it's kind of wide variance from high to low. And it could be essentially, you know, analysts playing catch up on this name, which again, coming from a very low gross margin and net income margin basis, any slight improvement can gear a stock like this quite a bit to the upside. So for what it's worth, just keep in mind it's quite a volatile name.
Yeah, up 45% year to date, 90% or so over the course of the year. So a nice move today, up at 1.7 right now.
It's up 33% right now, baby.
For breaking down that name for us today. Molly, I'll send things back over
Up
to
50.
you.
Thanks so much to Sam and George. We are nearing the end of our market session. Of course, Kevin Green will now be joining us to break down the levels he's watching on the S&P 500. Plus, we've got earnings coming up after the bell. We'll be breaking down the reports from.
Oh God, you ain't gonna take this trade.
That's all next on Market on Close.
No.
Real-time access data-driven analysis from U.S. equities to global macro matters. Schwab Network connects the dots.
No.
Watch live. Subscribe free at
This is nuts.
schwabnetwork.com.
I'm Alex Coffey.
And I'm Jenny Horn. This is
Jenny Horn.
Where we track the trends in tomorrow's market.
From tech to energy, crypto to consumers, we focus on what's driving investor sentiment right now.
Clear analysis and forward-looking market coverage every trading day.
This is a make or break level for this stock. And that could certainly be a short to near-term catalyst.
Next Gen Investing, 1 p.m. Eastern.
Only on Schwab Network.
Sometimes, you know, you could have done better. Same goes for where you invest. Level up and invest smarter with Schwab.
We're back here on Market on Close. I'm Sam Vardas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange alongside Molly Cagan over in our Chicago headquarters. So we've just got a few minutes left in today's session. We've seen quite a reversal. So let's get out to Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent, to help unpack what we saw today as far as some of the price action. So obviously we started higher, stocks popped, then dropped. We've got a number of lines out from the Wall Street Journal about Vance postponing or at least pausing his plans now to Pakistan. You saw Reuters in just the last few moments talking about the status of these negotiations, particularly from the Iranian side, rejecting some of those talks under pressure from the US side. So, I mean, obviously we continue to track these. What levels are you watching right now, KG, given all that in mind?
Yeah, Sam, it was a minefield when it came to the news headlines today, and that's exactly what we are seeing right now. I mean, if you're looking at the longer-term chart, at least the 6-month daily chart for the S&P 500, what have we seen? We've had a really strong run to the upside from those lows back in early April here, and we are seeing a little bit more of a pullback. Yesterday's candle looks more like a hanging man, or even if you're looking at a doji candle, potentially a reversal candle or just indecision. And today, it's more of an outside candle, which is obviously to the downside or red. So you are seeing maybe some selling pressure actually stepping up. What I found also very interesting today, the S&P 500 equal weight was actually up very strong to start off the day's session, up over 0.5%. But we have since lost those gains.
Put it on the weekly, my friend.
Narrative that we've seen over the
Please.
last few sessions is starting to wane. You are seeing a little bit more pressure.
Put it on the weekly.
Looking at going into the close.
Just see a different story.
Update them after the news headlines around Vance potentially canceling his meeting, Iran declining to go to the meeting tomorrow. But you're looking at 770. That's pretty much where we are trading at right now, about 8 points, 9 points off of it. But we are in negative gamma territory going into the close here today, at least for the volume. If you're looking at open interest, not so much. We still have a little bit more room to the downside before we start seeing very erratic behavior. And the last thing I want to highlight here is the volume, or if you're looking at book depth, that's starting to also come in. So we've been seeing actually really healthy liquidity in the market. Today we are starting to see that drain out of this market, which is why we are seeing volatility edge to the upside and why we are seeing a lot of this erratic price action, which obviously when you have these news headlines, you don't really want to put too much size out there. That can create some of this vol. So keep your eye out on this. I mean, it's a good pullback for now, but we are starting to see a little bit more of a movement to the downside, a little bit more of a rounding for a lot of these oscillators as well. Maybe we do pull back even to that 7,000 level before trying to move higher.
And KG, I want to give some credit where credit is due. At the end of last week, Sam and I asked you what earnings you thought would be the most exciting this week. And I know we're not even halfway into the week, but you very quickly answered United Health, that's who you were most looking forward to seeing. And we got United Health today, and they're the top performer on the S&P. You would love to get your thoughts on what we got from them today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the bar was actually very low going into this earnings announcement, so they were able to beat and exceed the expectations as well as their guidance moving forward. When you're looking at the Medicare payments that were initially kind of outlined by the White House, they were really going to drastically cut them, and come to find out about a week and a half ago, they're more towards normalized levels as far as the increase of spending. I believe it's around 2.3%. They are also seeing their coverage ratio, if you will, starting to improve or actually go lower. So.
Well, that's kind of odd there. That's INGM having a heck of a run. It held about 200 EMA for months and years. Finally broke out. So I don't think it's going to hold. It'll come back some, 50%, 32%. maybe back to that candle or halfway through this one. But that's it. I'm getting ready to go. Everybody, I had a great day. Patience was the big key today. I jumped into 3 bad trades, but had 3 great trades on squeezes. I mean, real good ones. And that really made a difference. So, market was red, and I'm going to get on out of here. I really appreciate everybody. You know, let's get along and have a good time. And that's it. It was a good day. Hey, Randy showed up. You missed out on a fun day today. I don't know if it would have been that much fun, but if you would have stuck it out and still traded. Squeezes took a while, but when they happened, they were huge. There's one time where I could have got into a trade, and if I'd have bought them at 40 cents, I would have had, what, 20 times $4, $400, plus the ones I had. What's 40 times 400? That'd have been a $16,000 trade if I'd added on to that, but I didn't. I just let it loose, and I didn't want to hit it on anymore. I was scared, but I held it, and boom! All of a sudden, big fat candle comes in. That happened a couple times today. So, yabba dabba doo, everybody. Oh, what'd I do with YouTubers? Yabba dabba doo, everybody.